Even the deepest winter sleeps before the snow begins to fall. Listen to the quiet of the French countryside. It is late autumn, spilling gently into the deep end of the year, and the world here in Mormelon is holding its breath. The sky is a canvas of soft, bruised grays and muted lavenders, weeping a slow, rhythmic rain over the rolling hills of the Champagne region. In the heart of this gentle landscape, thousands of young men have finally found a quiet moment to rest. They are boys who have fallen from the sky, who have walked through the damp, flooded fields of Holland, and who are now simply trying to remember what it feels like to be completely still. Imagine the barracks at night. They are long, wooden buildings, creaking softly in the passing wind, but inside, they are a sanctuary. In the very center of the room, an iron stove breathes out a steady, comforting warmth. The embers glow with a soft, orange light, casting long, lazy shadows against the wooden walls. The air is heavy but sweet. It smells of wet wool slowly drying by the fire, of strong coffee brewing in dented tin cups, and of the crisp, papery scent of letters arriving from a world so incredibly far away. For these young men, peace is not some grand, sweeping concept. It is found in tiny, quiet miracles. It is the simple feeling of unlacing heavy, mud-caked boots and sliding tired, aching feet into fresh, dry socks. It is the rare luxury of a hot meal served on an actual plate, rather than scooped out of a cold tin in a ditch. It is the soft murmur of voices trading stories in the dark, voices that no longer have to shout over the roar of airplane engines or the distant thunder of artillery. Look at the boy sitting near the warm stove. He is so incredibly young. His face is illuminated by the gentle light of the coals as he carefully folds a piece of stationery. He has spent the last hour writing a letter to his mother back in the Midwest. He didn't write about the war, or the fear, or the cold. He wrote about the little bakery in the nearby French village, about the sweet, dusty crust of the bread, and how the endless rain reminds him of spring afternoons on their wooden back porch. He wrote that he is safe, that he is finally warm, and that he hopes to be sitting at her kitchen table by next Christmas. He licks the envelope, pressing it closed with his thumb, sending a little, fragile piece of his heart across the ocean. Just a few cots down, two friends are sharing a quiet, private feast. They have traded their cigarette rations for a small glass jar of real fruit preserves, a rare and beautiful treasure in this bruised world. They sit cross-legged on a scratchy woolen blanket, spreading the jam on dry crackers, quietly savoring the sweet taste of strawberries that reminds them of summer county fairs and innocent days. They don't talk very much. They don't really need to. The simple act of sharing food, of sitting side by side in the warm, golden dimness of the barracks, is a language all its own. It is a silent promise of brotherhood, a quiet reassurance that they are not alone in the dark. The days in Mormelon blur into a gentle, healing routine. When the rain clears, the boys play baseball in the muddy fields, their laughter rising into the crisp air like steam. They mend their torn jackets, pulling needle and thread through heavy canvas fabric with clumsy but fiercely determined fingers. Some find a quiet corner by a window to read dog-eared paperback books, losing themselves in stories of cowboys riding across open plains or detectives walking misty city streets, letting their minds wander far away from the heavy uniforms they wear. They sleep so deeply, sinking into their canvas cots, their faces softening in slumber as the harsh lines of worry and exhaustion slowly begin to smooth away. They believe, as anyone would, that the hardest days are behind them. The front lines are miles away, the conflict feels like it is winding down to a close, and the whole world is slowly preparing for the holidays. There is happy talk of weekend passes to Paris, of champagne toasts in warm cafes, of a quiet, peaceful Christmas Eve away from the mud. They let their guard down, just a little bit. They allow themselves to be boys again, soft, dreaming, and full of hope. But the earth has a strange way of shifting when we are most at rest. It happens in the deep, velvety dark of the night. The rain has stopped entirely, and a cold, sharp stillness has settled over the sleepy camp. The iron stove has burned down to just a few glowing coals, and the rhythmic, peaceful breathing of sleeping men fills the long room. Then, the wooden door opens. There is no loud alarm. There is no panicked shouting. Just a sudden slice of cold night air rushing into the warmth, and the heavy, muffled thud of boots stepping onto the floorboards. A shadowy figure moves through the room, walking very softly from cot to cot. A hand gently reaches out and shakes a sleeping shoulder. A low, hushed voice breaks the silence. "Wake up. We're moving out." The words are just a whisper, but they ripple through the dark room like a heavy stone dropped into a still, sleeping pond. The boys stir, blinking away the thick, heavy fog of their dreams. They pull their warm woolen blankets closer to their chins, confused, silently hoping it is just a bad dream, a mistake made in the dark. But the hand moves to the next cot, and then the next, and the gentle whisper comes again. "Pack your gear. We're leaving." The sweet illusion of peace evaporates in an instant. The barracks, so warm and endlessly safe just moments ago, suddenly feel incredibly fragile. Men slowly sit up, running their hands over their tired faces, trying to shake off the deep, magnetic pull of slumber. The air itself changes. The comfortable, familiar scent of drying clothes is quickly replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of adrenaline and the biting breath of the cold night wind pouring through the open door. There is no panic. There is only a quiet, resolute resignation. These are young men who have already learned how to live on the very edge of the unknown. They swing their legs over the sides of their cots, their bare feet touching the chilling wood of the floorboards. They reach for their boots in the pitch black, their fingers tracing the familiar patterns of the laces, tying them by touch and muscle memory alone. They pack in near absolute silence. They fold their blankets, rolling them tight and stuffing them into canvas bags. They check their pockets for those precious letters from home, ensuring those fragile pieces of paper are tucked safely against their chests. The boy who had just written to his mother slips the sealed envelope into his inner jacket pocket, patting it once, a silent prayer pressed close to his beating heart. They gather their heavy helmets, their webbing, their rifles, the metal clicking softly in the quiet room. Rumors flutter through the dark like anxious moths. Someone whispers that the line has broken somewhere up north. Someone else murmurs that the enemy is pushing through a place called the Ardennes. They say it is a forest, deep and endlessly dark, where the ancient trees swallow the light. But no one really knows for sure. They only know that the brief, beautiful dream of a quiet Christmas in Mormelon has slipped through their fingers. They step out of the warm barracks and out into the biting cold. The night sky above them is vast and completely starless, a heavy canopy of black velvet pressing down on the camp. The air is so sharp it almost hurts to breathe, stinging their warm cheeks and turning every exhale into a thick, white plume of mist. They are not prepared for a winter journey. They had handed in their heavy winter gear days ago, fully expecting to be resting safely in the rear. Many stand in the freezing dark wearing only their thin jump jackets, unlined trousers, and whatever mismatched gloves they manage to scrounge from the bottom of their packs. They wrap simple wool scarves tightly around their necks, pull their caps down low over their ears, and huddle closely together for shared warmth as they wait in the shadows. A long convoy of massive, open-top trucks rolls slowly into the camp. They are cattle trucks, huge and unfeeling, their engines rumbling with a deep, vibrating hum that shakes the frozen earth beneath their boots. The pale yellow headlights cut through the gloom, casting long, eerie shadows across the faces of the waiting boys. One by one, they climb up into the dark beds of the trucks. The wooden floorboards beneath their boots are damp and freezing. They pack in tight, shoulder to exact shoulder, a sea of canvas and wool and quiet, beating hearts. There is no room to sit down comfortably, no room to stretch out tired legs. They are squeezed together, standing side by side, becoming one single, breathing organism defending against the creeping cold. The engines roar, a mechanical beast waking up in the dead of night, and the heavy trucks begin to lurch forward. They pull away from the warm, glowing windows of the barracks, leaving behind the iron stoves, the half-read books on the cots, the lingering smell of brewing coffee. They roll slowly out of the camp gates, the massive tires crunching heavily over the frozen ridges of mud. As they move further away from the safety of the Champagne country, the landscape around them begins to change. The gentle, rolling hills slowly give way to the dark, looming silhouettes of ancient, towering trees. The air grows even colder, carrying a bitter, icy bite that slices right through their thin canvas jackets and settles deep into their bones. The rain that had been falling for days slowly begins to transform. It turns first to a sharp, stinging sleet that bounces off their steel helmets like tiny glass beads, a soft, tapping rhythm in the dark. And then, as the trucks climb higher and higher into the unknown hills, the sleet softens, quiets, and turns into snow. Large, silent flakes begin to drift down from the pitch-black sky. They land softly on the shoulders of the boys, dusting their helmets in brilliant white. It is a beautiful, terrible sight. The snow is delicate, falling like lace from the heavens, but it brings with it a freezing, suffocating cold that offers no mercy. In the back of the swaying trucks, the boys try to find whatever small comforts they can. They lean heavily against each other, sharing their body heat, their heads resting gently on the shoulders of the men standing beside them. The rumbling, rhythmic vibration of the dark road becomes a strange, hypnotic lullaby. Some manage to close their tired eyes, drifting into a shallow, fitful sleep, their minds still desperately clinging to the warmth of the beds they left behind just an hour ago. Others stay awake, their eyes fixed on the sky, watching the white snowflakes spiral and dance in the dark. They wonder where this long road will end. They think about the strange names they whispered in the dark just moments before. The Ardennes. Bastogne. The names mean nothing to them yet. They are just empty words, soft syllables floating away into the freezing night air. They don't know that they are driving directly into a storm that will change them forever. They don't know about the deep, biting freezes to come, the whispering, haunted woods, the long nights where the cold itself will feel like a living, breathing enemy. Right now, they are just young men swaying together in the dark, shivering in the falling snow, holding tightly to the golden memories of home and the quiet, steady strength of the brother standing right next to them. The road stretches out ahead, an endless black ribbon winding into the deep, snowy forest. The trucks rumble on, carrying them further from the light, further from the gentle peace they had just found, and out into the waiting, open arms of the winter. And as the snow continues to fall, slowly and quietly covering their tracks, the world behind them simply fades away, leaving only the cold, the dark, and the steady, beating hearts of the boys moving softly into the night. The coldest nights are the ones where even the shadows seem to shiver. Listen to the steady, rhythmic groan of the heavy tires rolling over frozen earth. It is a slow, endless sound, pulling a long line of open-air trucks deeper and deeper into the dark. The sky above is a vast, heavy blanket of charcoal and indigo, completely empty of stars, weeping a constant, silent river of snow. These great, steel machines sway and lurch as they climb the winding roads of the Ardennes, their headlights casting long, pale yellow beams that slice through the biting frost. In the light, the falling snow looks like millions of tiny, glowing fireflies, dancing frantically for just a moment before vanishing into the great, black maw of the forest. In the back of these trucks, the boys stand shoulder to shoulder, packed so tightly together that they have become one single, breathing entity. There is no room to sit down. There is no room to pace. There is only the shivering man to the left, and the shivering man to the right. They are a sea of canvas and damp wool, swaying in perfect, unconscious unison every time the truck leans into a curve. The air back here is incredibly thin, sharp as a razor, smelling of diesel fumes, wet canvas, and the crisp, metallic scent of the deep winter woods. Feel the cold with them. It is not just a temperature, it is a living, breathing presence that slips through the seams of their unlined jackets and settles heavily against their skin. Many of them are still wearing the light clothing of late autumn, having surrendered their heavy winter coats to the quartermaster just days before, when the world still felt safe and the war felt far away. Now, they wrap thin, scratchy wool scarves over their mouths and pull their canvas caps down so low that only their eyes are visible. They bury their bare hands deep inside their armpits, or into the pockets of the man standing next to them, trading whatever small, fragile body heat they can manage to create. Look closely at the young man standing near the wooden tailgate. He is a farm boy from the deep, humid south, and he has never truly seen a snowstorm like this in his entire life. To keep the biting frost at bay, he closes his eyes and allows his mind to drift back to a July afternoon on his family's porch. He tries with all his might to remember the heavy, golden heat of the sun on his face, the sound of cicadas humming in the tall grass, the cold, sweet taste of iced tea from a sweating glass pitcher. He holds onto that memory like a lifeline, wrapping his mind around it to keep his spirit from freezing over. But every time the truck hits a rut in the road, the icy wind rushes over the tailgate, scattering his warm summer daydream into a million freezing pieces. Beside him stands an older boy, maybe 21, who notices the violent trembling of his friend's shoulders. The older boy doesn't say a word. The wind is too loud, and the night is too heavy for conversation. Instead, he simply unbuttons the top of his own thin jacket, pulling his friend closer, opening his stance to act as a human shield against the freezing gale. He rests his chin gently on the younger boy's helmet, offering the quiet, unspoken comfort of a brother. It is such a small gesture, barely visible in the dark, but in the back of this freezing, rattling truck, it is an act of profound, everyday heroism. It is the simple, beautiful promise that says, I am here, and you do not have to endure the dark alone. As the convoy travels further away from the safety of the rear, the world around them begins to change. The gentle, rolling hills they left behind have been swallowed by an ancient, brooding forest. Massive, towering pine trees press tightly against the narrow road, their heavy branches sagging under the weight of the accumulating snow. The trees stand like silent, watching giants in the dark, guarding the secrets of the deep woods. The headlights sweep across the tree trunks, illuminating brief, ghostly patches of bark and snow before plunging them right back into the blackness. For a long time, the only sounds are the deep, vibrating hum of the truck engines, the crunch of snow beneath the heavy tires, and the soft, chattering teeth of the shivering men. The motion of the truck is strangely hypnotic. The gentle rocking, the endless stream of white flakes rushing into the headlights, the warmth of the men pressed against them, it lulls some of the boys into a shallow, floating state between wakefulness and slumber. They dream of warm iron stoves, of soft beds with heavy quilts, of the letters tucked safely inside their breast pockets. But then, something begins to shift in the air. It starts not as a sound, but as a feeling. A low, heavy vibration that travels up from the frozen earth, through the rubber tires, and straight into the soles of their boots. It is a slow, rhythmic thudding, like the heartbeat of a massive, sleeping animal just beginning to wake. The boys open their tired eyes, blinking away the frost that has gathered on their eyelashes. They turn their heads toward the front of the truck, peering over the cab, looking deep into the horizon. Far ahead, beyond the canopy of the dark pines, the night sky is bruised with strange, flickering colors. A pale, sickly orange glow pulses against the low-hanging clouds, followed moments later by a soft, rolling rumble. It looks like distant, silent summer lightning, but it carries no promise of rain. It is the heavy, mechanical thunder of artillery. The war, which had felt so incredibly distant just a few hours ago, is suddenly painting the horizon in hues of fire and shadow. The engines of the trucks begin to whine as they gear down. The convoy is slowing. The rhythmic swaying becomes sluggish, and the men jostle gently against one another as the brakes squeal against the cold steel. The deep, heavy silence of the snowy road is suddenly broken by the sound of shuffling feet and the low, exhausted murmur of human voices outside the trucks. Look down over the wooden sides of the truck. There, illuminated by the creeping yellow glow of the headlights, are shapes moving in the swirling snow. They are men. Hundreds of them. They are walking along the shoulders of the narrow road, moving in the opposite direction of the trucks. They are a ghostly procession, emerging from the dark woods and passing silently into the shadows behind the convoy. The boys in the back of the trucks lean over the wooden slats, their eyes wide, searching the faces of the men below. What they see sends a new, different kind of chill straight through their hearts. These are not the fresh, clean faces of men heading out on patrol. These are the faces of ghosts. They are soldiers, but they are broken. Their uniforms are torn, burned, and caked in freezing mud. Many of them have lost their helmets, their heads wrapped in filthy, blood-stained bandages or torn pieces of blanket. Some are leaning heavily on the shoulders of their comrades, dragging their feet through the deep snow. Others have fashioned makeshift crutches out of broken tree branches, hobbling painfully through the frost. They do not look up. They do not wave. Their eyes are hollow, empty pools, staring blankly at the snow beneath their feet. They are men who have looked into the very center of the fire and are now stumbling blindly away from it, stripped of everything but the desperate, primal urge to survive. They move with a heavy, dragging exhaustion, a profound weariness that seems to pull them down toward the earth. The airborne boys in the trucks watch them pass in complete, absolute silence. The wind howls softly through the pine branches, but nobody speaks a word. The quiet confidence they carried with them, the gentle assurance that they were just moving to plug a small gap in the line, evaporates into the freezing air. They watch the retreating men with a growing, heavy realization settling into their stomachs. These broken men are fleeing a nightmare. And the trucks are carrying them directly into it. Imagine the thoughts racing through the minds of the boys in the truck. They look down at their own thin jackets, their canvas boots, their rifles slick with frost. They are so lightly armed, so completely unprepared for a brutal winter siege. They watch the heavy artillery pieces of the retreating army being towed away, back toward the safety of the rear. They are watching the armor, the big guns, the heavy support leaving the forest. And they are driving in. They are driving into the dark alone. A boy leaning against the wooden rail of the truck catches the eye of a retreating soldier walking below. The soldier is older, his face smeared with soot and dirt, a tattered wool blanket draped over his trembling shoulders. For just one fleeting second, their eyes meet. There is no anger in the older man's eyes, no shame, only a profound, bottomless sorrow. It is a silent warning, a quiet transfer of an impossible burden. In that one look, the retreating soldier seems to say, "We could not hold it. It is yours now. God help you." The boy in the truck slowly pulls back from the rail. He doesn't say anything to the men standing next to him. He doesn't need to. They all saw it. They all felt the heavy weight of that silent exchange. He reaches down with stiff, freezing fingers and unclips his canteen, taking a small, quiet sip of water that is already turning to slush. He touches the pocket over his heart, feeling the crinkle of the letter he wrote to his family, drawing a quiet, desperate strength from the memory of home. He grips the cold, wooden stock of his rifle, holding it close to his chest, finding a strange comfort in the heavy, metallic reality of it. The trucks shudder and groan, the gears grinding loudly as the drivers step on the gas. The convoy begins to pick up speed again, leaving the ghostly procession of broken men behind them in the dark. The headlights slice forward once more, cutting a path through the endless, falling snow. The road grows steeper, the trees press closer, and the distant, rolling thunder on the horizon grows louder, deeper, vibrating right through the floorboards. Inside the trucks, the boys pull closer together. The playful banter, the quiet dreams, the gentle illusions of the rear are entirely gone now. They have crossed an invisible threshold in the deep woods. They know now that there is no relief waiting for them at the end of this road. There is only the cold, the dark, and the fire waiting in the trees. Yet, as they rumble deeper into the freezing night, there is no panic among them. There is no shouting, no desperate urging to turn the trucks around. Instead, a quiet, profound resilience settles over the men. It is the quiet heroism of ordinary boys who are terrified, who are freezing, who are longing for their mothers and their warm beds, but who simply refuse to look away. They lean their heads against one another. They share their breath, their warmth, their silent fears. They draw a fierce, unyielding strength from the simple fact that they are not making this journey alone. They belong to each other. As long as the man on the left and the man on the right are still standing, they will stand too. The headlights press on through the heavy frost, pushing deeper into the unknown. The snow falls and falls, a gentle, white curtain slowly closing behind them, covering the tracks of the retreating army, erasing the road home, and leaving them perfectly, beautifully isolated in the quiet, waiting dark. Even the earth itself seemed to lock its doors against the coming storm. Listen to the heavy, weary sigh of the air brakes as the long line of open-top trucks finally rolls to a slow, shuddering halt. The endless, vibrating journey through the dark has ended, depositing the shivering boys into the heart of a sleepy Belgian crossroads town called Bastogne. The night here is incredibly still, wrapped in a thick, velvet blanket of falling snow. The narrow cobblestone streets are dusted in brilliant white, and the old, stone houses stand shoulder to shoulder, their steep slate roofs heavy with the winter's weight. It is the middle of the night, yet the town is quietly awake. Through the cracks in heavy wooden shutters, faint slivers of warm, golden candlelight spill out onto the snowy streets. The locals of Bastogne know the sound of retreating armies, and they know the terrifying, heavy rumble of an approaching front. They step tentatively out of their doorways, wrapping thick woolen shawls tightly around their shoulders, their breath rising in soft, white clouds. They watch the young, exhausted boys climbing down from the canvas trucks. Imagine a brief, beautiful moment of connection in the freezing dark. A young soldier, his legs so stiff and numb from the journey that he can barely stand, leans heavily against the wooden side of the truck. An older Belgian woman, her face lined with the deep, quiet sorrows of a long war, steps out from the shadows of her porch. She does not speak his language, and he does not speak hers, but she holds out a chipped porcelain mug. Inside is a small measure of warm water, steeped with a few precious, hoarded leaves of mint. The boy takes the mug with trembling, bare hands. The heat of the porcelain seeps into his frozen palms, a feeling so intensely wonderful it almost brings tears to his wind-stung eyes. He takes a slow sip, letting the weak, warm liquid thaw the ice in his chest. He hands the mug back with a quiet, exhausted smile, and softly whispers a simple thank you. She nods, a silent blessing passing between them in the dark, before the low, steady voice of a sergeant calls the men to form up. They do not stay in the safety of the stone town. The warmth of the cobblestone streets is a fleeting illusion. They shoulder their heavy canvas packs, the straps biting into their tired shoulders, and begin to march out into the great, looming darkness that surrounds Bastogne. They are walking into the deep pine woods. As they step away from the edge of the town, the world profoundly changes. The scattered, comforting lights of the houses simply vanish behind them, swallowed by the dense, ancient trees. It feels like stepping across an invisible threshold, leaving the realm of the living, waking world, and entering a grand, silent, frozen cathedral. The trees here are massive, their dark, rough trunks standing incredibly close together, rising up into the starless sky like the pillars of a forgotten temple. The thick canopy of pine branches catches most of the falling snow, creating a heavy, muted hush on the forest floor. Every sound is instantly absorbed by the damp bark and the soft, white earth. The crunch of their canvas boots, the quiet clinking of their metal canteens, the shallow, exhausted rhythm of their breathing, it is all muffled, as if the forest is holding a finger to its lips, demanding absolute silence. They spread out along the tree line, guided only by the pale, ghostly light of the snow. The officers move quietly down the line, their voices dropping to the softest of whispers. "Find your positions," they say. "Dig in." It sounds like such a simple, routine command. Dig a hole. Make a shelter. Hide from the wind. But as the boys unclasp their small, folding entrenching tools and drop to their knees in the dark, they quickly realize that the winter has already claimed this forest. The boy from the Midwest, the one who carries the letter to his mother safely tucked in his breast pocket, raises his small metal shovel and drives it down into the earth. Clink. The sound rings out, sharp and jarring in the quiet woods. The shovel does not bite into the dirt. It bounces off, sending a brutal, electric shock up his numb arms and straight into his aching shoulders. He tries again, bringing the blade down with all his remaining strength. Again, it merely chips away a tiny, insignificant flake of white frost. The soil of the Ardennes is frozen solid. It is not dirt anymore, it has become iron. The bitter, creeping cold of the deep winter has seeped feet into the ground, locking the earth, the clay, and the thick, twisting pine roots into a dense, impenetrable armor. This is their first battle in the woods, and it is fought in complete, agonizing silence. It is a slow, desperate struggle for mere inches of safety. All along the edge of the dark forest, hundreds of young men are on their hands and knees, fighting the frozen earth. They swing their small folding shovels, they stab with their heavy trench knives, they claw with their freezing, blistered fingers. Imagine the sheer, exhausting toll of it. The air is so incredibly cold that it burns their lungs with every deep breath, yet underneath their thin canvas jackets, they are beginning to sweat from the intense, desperate labor. The sweat is dangerous. The moment they stop moving, the icy wind slips through the trees and turns that dampness into a freezing, suffocating chill against their skin. So, they cannot stop. They have to keep digging. Look at two friends, huddled together at the base of a massive pine tree. They have realized that swinging the shovel does almost nothing, so they have changed their tactics. They are working as a quiet, desperate team. One boy uses the sharp point of his heavy knife, placing it against the frozen soil and hammering the handle with a flat rock he found in the dark. He fractures the earth, breaking it into small, jagged, icy shards. The other boy, his hands wrapped in torn strips of an olive-drab undershirt because he lost his gloves days ago, scoops the freezing shards out with the dome of his steel helmet. They work in a silent, beautiful rhythm. When the boy with the knife can no longer feel his fingers, when his hands cramp and curl into painful claws, he gently taps his friend on the shoulder. They switch. The knife is treated for the helmet. The boy with the freezing hands shoves them deep into his armpits, closing his eyes, letting his head rest against the rough bark of the tree for just a few precious minutes, while his friend chips away at the ice. It takes hours. Hours of scraping, of panting, of quiet, frustrated tears mingling with the frost on their cheeks. Sometimes, just when they think they have made progress, the shovel hits a thick, buried pine root. The root is as hard as bone, freezing and stubborn. They have to patiently, agonizingly hack through it with their dull knives, the smell of sharp, fresh pine sap mixing with the metallic scent of the freezing cold. But beneath the pain, beneath the bone-deep exhaustion, there is a quiet, steady resilience that simply refuses to break. They dig because they must. They dig because this tiny, ragged hole in the frozen earth is about to become their entire universe. It will be their shield, their home, their bed, and their sanctuary. As the deep night slowly begins to edge toward the very faintest hint of a gray, muted dawn, the holes are finally deep enough. The boy from the Midwest steps down into his narrow trench. It is only about waist deep, rough and uneven, smelling strongly of turned, icy clay and severed roots. But the moment he crouches down, the biting, relentless wind sweeping through the forest suddenly stops. The earth, as cold and unforgiving as it was to break, now wraps its strong, dark arms around him. It is a lonely embrace, but it is deeply, profoundly safe. He reaches up and quietly pulls down a few soft, green branches from the pine tree above, laying them gently across the frozen floor of the foxhole. It is a tiny, domestic gesture, a way to make the hard earth just a little bit softer, a little bit kinder to his aching bones. He sits down on the bed of pine needles, pulling his knees tightly to his chest. His friend slides down into the hole beside him. It is a tight fit, their shoulders pressing firmly against each other, their breath mingling in the small, enclosed space. They do not have winter sleeping bags. They do not have heavy coats. They have only one thin, damp woolen blanket between them. They drape it over their shoulders, pulling the scratchy fabric up to their freezing chins, creating a tiny, fragile tent of shared body heat. They sit in the quiet dark, listening to the vast, empty hush of the ancient woods. The snow continues to fall, slowly dusting the edges of their foxhole, drifting down through the heavy canopy above. They look up at the small patches of sky visible through the branches, a deep, bruised gray slowly lightening with the coming day. They don't talk about the rumbling thunder they heard on the horizon. They don't talk about the broken men they saw on the road. Instead, the boy from the Midwest softly whispers about the warmth of his mother's kitchen, about the smell of cinnamon and rising dough, and how the light catches the dust motes in the afternoon sun. His friend listens quietly, his eyes heavy and drooping, anchoring his own weary heart to those beautiful, distant memories of home. Here, at the edge of the dark woods, the world has shrunk down to the space of a few feet. It is just the cold, the dark earth, the gentle fall of the snow, and the steady, reassuring warmth of a friend's shoulder leaning against your own. They close their eyes, breathing slowly, letting the deep, silent cradle of the forest hold them as they wait for whatever the winter morning will bring. There is a particular kind of silence that only falling snow can bring. The pale dawn. Listen to the very edges of the morning. It does not arrive with a bold, golden declaration, nor does it announce itself with the warm, rising chorus of birdsong. Instead, the dawn simply bleeds into the deep pine forest of the Ardennes, a slow, gentle fading of the black night into a soft, bruised, and muted blue. The world is waking up, but it is doing so in a hushed, breathless whisper. As the dim light slowly filters through the heavy, ancient canopy of the trees, it reveals a landscape that has been entirely transformed. The raw, jagged scars of the earth, the freshly dug foxholes, the scattered piles of frozen clay, the broken pine roots, have all been smoothed away. In the darkest hours of the night, a quiet miracle has fallen from the sky. Millions of tiny, intricate stars of ice have drifted down from the heavens, laying a delicate, pristine blanket of white over the entire forest. The snow is beautiful. It is an undeniable, breathtaking beauty that seems entirely out of place in a theater of conflict. It gathers softly on the dark green needles of the pine branches, bending them low toward the earth with a gentle, graceful weight. It rests upon the rims of the steel helmets that sit just barely above the edge of the foxholes, turning the dark, metallic shapes into smooth, white domes. It masks the cruel edges of the world, wrapping the exhausted, shivering boys in a scenery that looks like it belongs inside a glass snow globe, resting on a child's nightstand. But this beauty holds a terrible, quiet danger. As the boys slowly stir in their narrow, earthen beds, blinking the frost from their pale eyelashes, they awake to a profound and heavy realization. The snow is not just a blanket, it is a seal. It has locked the deep, biting cold into the ground, into the air, and into their very bones. The invisible adversary. Feel the chill as it moves through the quiet woods. It is no longer just the temperature of the air. It has become a living, breathing character in their story. It is an invisible adversary, one that does not announce its approach with the thunder of artillery or the sharp crack of a rifle. It is silent, patient, and utterly relentless. It creeps down from the frosted branches, slides over the icy edge of the foxholes, and wraps its frigid arms around the young men huddled within. Look closely at what these boys are wearing. They are dressed for an autumn walk, for a late summer evening that has just begun to turn crisp. They wear thin, unlined canvas jackets that offer no resistance to the biting wind. Their trousers are lightweight, meant to breathe in the humid fields of the French countryside, not to insulate against the frozen, unforgiving soil of a Belgian winter. Their boots are leather, uninsulated, and already deeply soaked from the wet snow, freezing solid as the night gives way to morning. They do not have heavy winter parkas. They do not have thermal undergarments. They have only the fragile, insufficient layers of cotton and thin wool to stand between their beating hearts and the vast, freezing breath of the Ardennes. The cold seeps through the canvas as if it were not there at all. It finds the tiny gaps between the buttons of their shirts. It slips down the backs of their necks, resting heavily between their shoulder blades. It gathers in their boots, turning their toes into numb, distant blocks of ice. Shivering is no longer something they do occasionally, it is a constant, involuntary vibration, a desperate rhythm their bodies play in an attempt to generate a singular spark of warmth. In the quiet of the morning, you can hear the soft, rhythmic chattering of their teeth. It is a fragile, heartbreaking sound, a gentle percussion instrument joining the hushed symphony of the falling snow. The quiet brotherhood. Yet, in the face of this invisible, suffocating enemy, you will not find despair. You will find something far more profound. You will find a quiet, enduring grace. Look down into a foxhole, partially hidden by the drooping, snow-laden branches of a massive pine tree. Two young men are sitting shoulder to shoulder, their knees pulled tightly up to their chests. They are wrapped in a single, damp woolen blanket, creating a tiny, fragile tent of shared body heat. They are breathing softly, their exhales creating thick, white plumes of mist that rise slowly toward the canopy before vanishing into the cold morning air. One of the boys is softly rubbing his hands together. He has lost his glove somewhere on the long, dark road the night before. His fingers are pale, stiff, and aching with a dull, throbbing pain. The boy sitting next to him watches for a moment. He does not say a word. He simply reaches into his own pockets and pulls out a pair of thin, mismatched woolen gloves. They are frayed at the fingertips and offer very little true warmth, but they are all he has. Slowly, deliberately, he takes off the gloves and presses them into the trembling, bare hands of his friend. The first boy shakes his head, a silent refusal, knowing what a sacrifice this is. But the second boy insists, his eyes soft and determined. He gently pushes the gloves into his friend's lap, then buries his own bare hands deep beneath his armpits, leaning his shoulder heavier against his companion to share the warmth of his core. It is a moment of everyday heroism so small, so remarkably quiet, that it goes entirely unnoticed by the rest of the world. There are no medals awarded for giving away a pair of frayed gloves in the freezing dawn. There is no fanfare for enduring the biting frost so that the boy next to you might suffer just a little bit less. But in the frozen silence of the Ardennes, these tiny, selfless acts are the true gravity that holds their fragile world together. It is the language of brotherhood, spoken not in words, but in a gentle transfer of whatever small comforts they have left to give. A letter in the light. As the morning progresses, the light slowly gathers strength. It is not the bright, warming sunlight of summer. It is a pale, milky glow, filtered through the thick, gray clouds and reflected endlessly by the blanket of white snow. But it is enough. It is finally enough light to see clearly. In a foxhole a few yards down the line, a young soldier carefully unbuttons the top of his thin canvas jacket. His fingers are incredibly stiff, clumsy, and unresponsive, fighting against the frozen fabric. With agonizing slowness, he reaches into his inner breast pocket, the place closest to his heart, where the cold has not entirely penetrated. He draws out a piece of paper. It is a letter, folded and refolded so many times that the creases have grown soft and worn, like fine cloth. He holds it with immense care, as if it were made of spun glass. This single piece of paper is a lifeline, a golden thread tying him to a world that feels light years away from the dark pines and the freezing earth. He slowly unfolds the page, smoothing it out against his bent knees. The handwriting is looping and elegant, written in blue ink that has slightly smudged near the bottom edge. He does not need to read the words, he has memorized them long ago. But the simple act of looking at the curves of the letters, of seeing the physical impression left by his young wife's hand, brings a sudden, overwhelming rush of warmth to his chest. The letter speaks of incredibly mundane, beautiful things. It speaks of the leaves turning orange in their front yard, drifting down to cover the sidewalk. It speaks of their old, yellow dog sleeping lazily in the square of sunlight by the kitchen door. It speaks of the smell of coffee roasting at the corner market and of the new curtains she has sewn for the living room window. As he reads, the freezing forest around him begins to fade. The biting wind howling softly through the upper branches becomes the sound of a distant ocean. The terrifying, numbing cold in his feet is momentarily forgotten. For a few precious minutes, he is not a shivering boy sitting in a hole in the frozen ground. He is home. He is standing in his sunny kitchen, breathing in the scent of coffee and listening to the soft, steady breathing of the sleeping dog. A single, warm tear escapes the corner of his eye. It traces a slow path down his frostbitten cheek, a tiny river of warmth cutting through the cold. He does not wipe it away. He lets it fall, a silent tribute to the profound, aching love he carries with him into the dark. He carefully folds the letter along its worn creases, returning it to the safety of his breast pocket, patting it once with his stiff hand. The memory will sustain him. It is a small fire burning inside his heart, one the winter cannot touch. The endless snow. The day stretches on, but time here in the snow seems to lose all meaning. The hours do not march forward, they simply pool together, a continuous, freezing twilight. The snow continues to fall, unceasing and silent. It fills the footprints they made in the dark, erasing all evidence of their arrival. It thickens on the branches, creating a dense, white ceiling above them, isolating them completely from the rest of the world. They sit in their white-lined trenches, 1,000 young men wrapped in a terrible, beautiful slumber. They brush the accumulating snow from their shoulders with slow, sweeping motions. They wiggle their toes inside their frozen boots, willing the blood to keep flowing. They share half-frozen pieces of chocolate, letting the sweet squares slowly melt on their tongues, a tiny, fleeting luxury in the bitter cold. They are waiting. They are waiting for the rumble on the horizon to draw closer. They are waiting for the invisible enemy of the frost to finally be joined by the very real, terrifying adversary moving through the trees. But for now, in this quiet, pale morning, there is only the snow. It blankets their fears. It softens their hardships. It whispers to them in the rustle of the pine needles, promising a gentle, numbing peace if they would only close their eyes and let the cold take them. But they do not close their eyes. They lean against one another, they touch the letters resting over their hearts, and they keep their steady, quiet watch. The white blanket covers the raw earth, masking the world in silence, as the boys of the Airborne dig deeply into the frozen ground, and even deeper into themselves, preparing to face whatever the long, dark winter will bring. There is a strange, heavy peace that falls when the very last door gently closes. The fading of the roads. Listen to the shifting wind as it moves through the ancient, towering pines of the Ardennes. For days, the distant, rolling thunder of the front had been a sound that lived only on the horizon, a heavy vibration pushing against them from a single direction. But as the pale, gray daylight slowly bleeds away into another freezing evening, the boys huddled in their shallow, earthen foxholes begin to notice a subtle, unsettling change in the air. The low, trembling rumble is no longer just in front of them. It has slowly, quietly drifted to the left, wrapping around the curve of the dense woods. And then, as the deep winter night settles in, they hear the faint, echoing thud of artillery coming from behind them. It does not happen all at once. There is no sudden, dramatic announcement, no loud alarm echoing through the snow-laden trees. The realization arrives softly, like the gentle settling of the snow itself. Word passes down the line in hushed, freezing whispers, traveling from foxhole to foxhole, carried on the white plumes of exhausted breath. The roads are gone. The narrow, winding ribbons of asphalt and cobblestone that had brought them into this deep forest, the roads that stretched back toward the warm cafes of Paris, back toward the sprawling, safe camps in the French countryside, back toward the ports and the vast ocean and home, have all been swallowed by the dark. The enemy has slipped through the shadows and the swirling snow, quietly drawing a vast, unbroken circle around the town of Bastogne and the silent woods that protect it. Imagine the profound, heavy weight of that thought resting upon the shoulders of a young man miles away from everything he has ever loved. The invisible threads that tethered him to the rest of the world have been softly, definitively severed. There will be no trucks grinding up the snowy hills to bring relief. There will be no fresh reinforcements marching through the dark to take his place on the line. The vast, sprawling machinery of the army has been entirely cut away, leaving him perfectly, beautifully, and terrifyingly isolated. The island in the snow. In the center of this closing ring, the small, sleepy town of Bastogne and its surrounding forests have become an island. The endless fields of white snow that stretch out in every direction are no longer just winter weather, they have become a vast, frozen ocean. The sky above is a heavy, impenetrable lid of iron-gray clouds, pressing down so low it feels as though you could reach up and touch the frost hiding within it. This thick ceiling of winter keeps the airplanes grounded, ensuring that no friendly shadows will pass over the treetops, no parachutes of supplies will drift down from the heavens. They are entirely sealed within this snow globe, cut off from the sun, from the sky, and from the world of the living. Yet, as this heavy realization settles over the frozen foxholes, you do not hear the sound of panic. You do not hear men weeping or abandoning their posts in the dark. Instead, a profound, quiet stillness takes hold of the forest. It is the deep, resolute silence of boys who have suddenly realized that there is nowhere left to look but inward. Look at the young soldier resting his head against the frozen, rough bark of a pine root. He is no more than 19 years old, his face smudged with soot and pale with exhaustion. When he hears the whispered news that they are surrounded, he does not flinch. He simply slowly blinks his frost-rimmed eyes, pulls his thin, damp collar a little higher around his neck, and exhales a long, slow breath into the dark. He reaches down, feeling the heavy, comforting weight of his rifle, and pulls it just a little closer to his chest. He accepts the closing of the ring with a quiet, heartbreaking grace. The halting of the mail. With the roads completely severed, the tiny, everyday miracles that sustained the men suddenly vanish. The most painful of these losses is not the lack of hot food, or the dwindling ammunition, or the absence of winter coats. The deepest wound is the sudden, absolute silence from home. The mail has stopped. For a soldier far from home, mail call is the very heartbeat of his existence. It is the gentle rhythm that keeps his spirit breathing. A letter is a tangible piece of the world he left behind, a fragile paper vessel carrying the scent of his mother's perfume, the looping handwriting of his young wife, the messy, beautiful crayon drawings of a child he has barely met. Now, the canvas mailbags are sitting in some distant, warm depot miles away, completely unable to cross the frozen ocean of the Ardennes. In the quiet hours of the night, when the cold becomes an almost physical weight pressing down upon their chests, the boys turn to the letters they already have. They reach into their deepest pockets, their freezing fingers clumsily navigating the buttons of their uniforms, to retrieve envelopes that are already soft and fraying at the edges. Imagine a boy sitting in the bottom of his trench, using the incredibly faint, ghostly moonlight reflecting off the snow to read a letter from his father. He has read this exact page perhaps 30 times in the last 3 days. He knows every word, every comma, every slight smudge of the blue ink. But he reads it again anyway. He reads the part where his father tells him they have painted the old barn red, and that the neighbor's dog finally had her puppies. He treats these words as if they are a precious, dwindling ration of food. He slowly consumes the memory, letting the image of the red barn and the green fields warm his shivering frame. Because he knows, with a quiet, heavy certainty, that there will be no new words tomorrow. This faded piece of paper must last him through the storm. He must stretch this single ounce of love over an entire, endless winter. He carefully folds it, patting it against his heart, a silent, desperate promise to keep the memory alive until the roads finally open again. The wealth of brotherhood. As the outside world entirely fades away, the universe of these young men shrinks down to a space of just a few feet. With the army cut off, with the generals and the supply lines and the grand strategies suddenly rendered meaningless, the only thing that truly matters is the man sitting to the left and the man sitting to the right. They are suddenly entirely dependent on one another for their very survival. The wealth of a man is no longer measured in dollars or rank, it is measured in what he is willing to share in the freezing dark. Watch as two friends sit shoulder to shoulder under the sagging branches of a snow-draped tree. Their stomachs have been empty for 2 days, a hollow, aching void that the freezing water in their canteens cannot fill. One of the boys reaches deep into his canvas pack, his numb fingers searching blindly in the dark. He pulls out a single, heavily dented tin of rations that he had secretly saved for a moment just like this. Inside is a small, hard block of chocolate, brittle and frozen solid by the deep chill. It is a tiny thing, barely enough to satisfy a child on a summer afternoon. But here, in the isolated woods of Bastogne, it is an absolute treasure. He does not eat it. He does not even take a bite for himself first. He takes his heavy trench knife and, with slow, deliberate care, presses the blade against the frozen chocolate, splitting it into 2 perfectly equal halves. He holds his hand out in the dark, offering the piece to his friend. His friend looks at the chocolate, and then up at the face of the boy offering it. They do not exchange a word of thanks. The wind is too loud, and the gesture is too profound for simple words. The second boy takes the chocolate, his freezing fingers lightly brushing against the hands of his brother. They sit together in the beautiful, terrible silence, letting the sweet, dark chocolate slowly melt on their tongues, sharing a quiet, momentary feast at the edge of the world. This is the everyday heroism of the encircled woods. It is not the grand, sweeping charges seen in the movies. It is a boy offering his last dry pair of socks to a friend whose feet are turning blue. It is a medic, entirely out of morphine and proper bandages, tearing his own olive drab undershirt into strips to bind the wounds of a stranger, offering soft, gentle words to soothe the pain he cannot medically stop. It is a young lieutenant, shivering just as fiercely as his men, slowly crawling from foxhole to foxhole in the dead of night, just to whisper a quiet greeting, just to make sure every single boy knows they have not been forgotten. The gentle armor. They are surrounded, yes. The heavy machinery of the enemy has wrapped completely around them, sealing them in a frozen jar. But as the dark deepens, a strange, beautiful transformation occurs within the perimeter. The fear of being cut off slowly gives way to a fierce, unyielding devotion to the tiny piece of earth they hold, and to the men who hold it with them. They realize that the circle closing around them has actually bound them tighter together. The cold has forged them into a single, breathing entity. They share their breath, their warmth, their quiet prayers, and their fading letters. They have become each other's armor against the long winter night. The snow continues to fall, a gentle, rhythmic dusting that covers their helmets and blankets their shoulders. It masks the sounds of the approaching enemy, turning the entire forest into a hushed, waiting cathedral. They sit in their white-lined trenches, resting their heads against the frozen clay, looking up at the starless, heavy sky. They are isolated in a vast sea of white, completely alone, and yet, completely together. The world outside the woods has ceased to exist. There is only the cold, the dark, the falling snow, and the quiet, steady beating of the hearts beside them, keeping a perfect, unified rhythm in the deep, enveloping night. There is a warmth that comes not from a fire, but from the simple, gentle touch of another human hand. The sanctuary of stone. Step away from the freezing forests. Leave the silent, snowy foxholes behind for just a moment, and journey into the heart of the broken town of Bastogne. Beneath the cobblestone streets, beneath the shattered slate roofs and the snow-drifted doorways, there is a hidden world. It is a world carved out of ancient, heavy stone. These are the Cellars. For generations, they held nothing more than wooden barrels of salted meat, crates of winter apples, and the quiet, damp smell of the earth. But tonight, as the freezing storm rages above, these dark, vaulted rooms have become the most sacred places on earth. Listen to the heavy wooden door closing softly at the top of the stone stairs, shutting out the biting, howling wind. As you slowly descend, the bitter cold of the Ardennes begins to loosen its grip. The air down here is thick, still, and heavy. It smells of iodine, of damp, scratchy wool, and of the sweet, metallic scent of deep exhaustion. The only light comes from a scattering of stubby, melting tallow candles and a few sputtering kerosene lanterns resting on wooden crates. Their golden light casts long, gentle, dancing shadows against the curved stone ceilings, creating a soft, amber twilight that never truly fades. Look at the floor of the cellar. It is completely covered. There are no proper hospital beds here. Instead, there is a patchwork quilt of canvas stretchers, heavy olive drab blankets, and piles of golden straw taken from nearby barns. Resting upon them are the boys who have been brought in from the freezing woods. They are the ones who could no longer hold the line, the ones who have met the deepest frost and have been broken by it. They lie shoulder to shoulder in the dim light. There is no loud crying here. There is no frantic shouting. There is only a hushed, collective whisper, a soft, shallow rhythm of breathing that fills the heavy, waiting air. The keepers of the light. Moving quietly through this sea of silent suffering are the angels. They do not wear the crisp, white, starched uniforms of a peacetime hospital. They wear heavy, woolen winter skirts, thick knitted sweaters, and oversized army coats draped over their shoulders to ward off the chill of the stone. They are the women of Bastogne. Some are professional nurses, but many are simply local girls, teachers, and mothers who could not sit idly by while the young boys who came to protect them bled in the dark. They have tied simple white aprons around their waists, a fragile symbol of their gentle mission in this bruised, underground world. Imagine the terrifying, quiet reality they face. The roads are cut. The heavy, canvas supply bags are completely empty. There is no more penicillin. There are no more sterile, white bandages. The tiny glass vials of morphine, those precious drops of liquid peace that can chase away the most terrible agonies, have all run dry. The medicine is completely gone. Most would despair in the face of such overwhelming emptiness. But these women do not despair. When the medicine runs out, they simply substitute it with themselves. They become the medicine. Watch the young Belgian woman kneeling on the damp stone floor beside a shivering soldier. Her knees ache from the hard earth, and she has not slept in 3 days, but her hands are incredibly steady. She holds a chipped enamel basin filled with warm water, heated over a tiny, smoking stove in the corner. She takes a piece of a torn, white bedsheet, donated from her own family's linen closet upstairs, and dips it into the water. She wrings it out with slow, careful hands, and then gently wipes the dark, freezing soot from the boy's young face. The language of comfort. The boy is so incredibly young, his face barely old enough to need a razor. He is trembling, lost in the heavy fog of shock and pain. He looks up at the woman, his eyes wide and searching. He whispers something in English, a fractured, delirious plea for his mother, for his home, for the pain to simply wash away. The young woman does not understand the words. She speaks only French. But the language of a frightened boy is universal, and the response of a mother's heart needs no translation. She leans in closer, bringing the warm, golden light of the candle with her. She brushes his damp hair back from his forehead with incredibly soft, tender fingers. She begins to hum. It is a slow, lilting lullaby, a beautiful, floating melody her own mother used to sing to her when the winter winds howled outside their windows. She takes his freezing, trembling hand in both of hers, pressing it gently against her warm cheek. She whispers soft, soothing syllables. The words themselves do not matter. It is the tone. It is the profound, beautiful vibration of human empathy. Slowly, miraculously, the boy's trembling begins to ease. His breathing slows. The terror in his eyes melts away, replaced by a heavy, peaceful exhaustion. He closes his eyes, anchored to the dark by the simple, beautiful warmth of her hand. Ribbons of silk. Move quietly down the aisle of stretchers. Look at the older nurse, her face lined with a deep, bottomless sorrow, yet shining with an unwavering, quiet strength. She is moving from cot to cot, carrying a pair of heavy iron scissors. She is cutting apart a massive, white parachute that had been salvaged from the snow days before. The smooth, cold silk falls away in long, delicate ribbons. It was designed to carry a man safely from the sky, but now, it is doing something far more beautiful. She gently wraps the white silk around the wounded arms of the boys, creating makeshift bandages that shine with a ghostly luminescence in the candlelight. She ties the knots with slow, deliberate care, making sure they are snug but never painful, offering a gentle, reassuring smile to every boy she tends to. She works in a perfect, quiet rhythm, a silent dance of compassion in the center of the storm. A letter in the dim light. In the very darkest corner of the cellar, where the shadows gather the thickest, a young soldier lies very still. His hands are heavily wrapped in the white parachute silk, rendering them completely useless. He softly calls out, catching the attention of a nurse walking past. She immediately kneels beside him, leaning her ear close to his lips. He asks her if she has a pencil. She nods softly. She searches her pockets, finding a tiny, worn stub of a lead pencil and a scrap of torn paper from a rations box. She sits cross-legged on the stone floor, resting the paper on her knee, and looks at him with waiting, gentle eyes. He begins to dictate a letter to his mother back home. His voice is weak, nothing more than a raspy whisper, but the words are incredibly clear. He tells his mother not to worry. He tells her that he is resting comfortably in a warm bed, completely safe from the snow. He tells her that he is being looked after by angels, and that the food is wonderful. It is a gentle, beautiful lie. It is a breathtaking act of love from a boy in agony, desperate to spare his family from the terrifying truth of the Cellars. The nurse writes down every word, her hand moving smoothly across the rough paper. As he speaks of his home, of the front porch and the smell of the Sunday roast, a single tear slips from the nurse's eye and falls softly onto the edge of the paper. She quickly brushes it away, not wanting to disturb his peaceful illusion. When he finishes, she folds the small scrap of paper with immense care and slips it into her own pocket, promising in a soft whisper that she will make sure it finds its way across the ocean. The boy smiles, a small, weary curve of his lips, and finally lets his heavy eyes close. The keepers of the night. These women are exhausted beyond all measure. Their backs ache from bending over the low stretchers. Their eyes burn from the thick smoke of the kerosene lanterns, and their own stomachs are hollow with a deep, gnawing hunger. They are terrified, too. Even down here, beneath the earth, they can feel the deep, muffled thuds of artillery shaking the heavy stone walls around them. They know the enemy ring is tight, and they know the terrible fate that might await them if the front lines finally break. But they simply refuse to stop. They move with a quiet, poetic grace, floating through the dim cellars like gentle spirits. They do not carry rifles. They do not dig trenches in the frozen earth. Their battle is fought with warm water, ripped linen, and endless, quiet patience. They are the keepers of the light, holding back the profound darkness of the winter night with the sheer, unyielding force of their compassion. Listen to the quiet of the underground sanctuary. It is a symphony of gentle, soothing sounds. The steady, rhythmic dripping of condensation from the vaulted stone ceiling. The soft scratching of a match striking against a box as a new candle is lit to chase away the creeping shadows. The low, sweet hum of a lullaby weaving its way through the aisles of sleeping boys. The snow continues to fall in the brutal, freezing night above, burying the shattered town in a heavy blanket of white. The war rages on in the dark, a world of iron and frost and fear. But down here, in the golden, flickering gloom, the cold simply cannot enter. The angels are walking their quiet watch. Their soft hands, their whispered prayers, and their everyday heroism have wrapped the wounded in a gentle, unbreakable armor of love, watching over them patiently as they wait for the morning to come. There is a hunger that lives not just in the stomach, but in the very marrow of the aching bones. Listen to the absolute stillness of the deep winter woods. The heavy snow has finally stopped falling, leaving behind a frozen, crystalline world that sparkles faintly beneath the weak, distant light of a shattered moon. The sky is a vast, empty dome of bruised indigo, holding its breath over the Ardennes. Down below, hidden in the shadows of the ancient pine trees, the boys of the Airborne are discovering a new, quiet kind of battle. It is not fought with rifles or artillery. It is fought within the hollow spaces of their own bodies and the agonizing stretch of the long, dark night. Days have blurred together in a seamless, freezing twilight. The roads have been cut for what feels like an eternity, and the heavy, canvas supply trucks are nothing more than a fading memory from a different life. At first, the lack of food was just a dull, passing discomfort, easily masked by the sharp rush of adrenaline and the frantic, desperate digging of the foxholes. But now, as the adrenaline slowly drains away into the frozen earth, the true, profound emptiness takes its place. Feel the quiet, desperate reality of the dwindling supplies. Reach out and touch the canvas webbing draped across a young soldier's shoulders. It is frighteningly light. The small, rectangular pouches that used to hold the heavy, comforting weight of rations are entirely flat. There are no more tins of processed cheese. There are no more heavy, sweet biscuits. There are no more small, wax paper packets of instant coffee to warm the shivering mornings. The great, sprawling machinery of the army has run completely dry, leaving these boys with nothing but the freezing air and the hollow ache in their bellies. When the body has no fuel to burn, the winter cold becomes something entirely different. It ceases to be an external force and becomes an intimate, invading presence. It slips right through the thin, canvas jackets, bypassing the skin and settling directly into the center of the chest. The boys sit in their narrow, earthen trenches, wrapping their arms tightly around their knees, trying to make themselves as small as possible. They shiver, a constant, involuntary trembling that exhausts their muscles and leaves them panting softly in the dark. Look at the young man sitting alone near the edge of the tree line. He is a farm boy, used to the hearty, heavy meals of the harvest season, used to a mother who piled his plate high with warm bread and roasted meats. Now, he is slowly, meticulously searching the bottom of his deep canvas pockets. His numb, clumsy fingers trace the seams, hoping against hope to find a single, forgotten crumb, a stray piece of cracker, or a tiny, crushed square of hard candy. He finds nothing but lint and the freezing dust of the woods. He withdraws his empty hand, curling it into a fist against his chest, and leans his head back against the frozen wall of the trench, closing his eyes against the dark. In the profound quiet of the hollow night, the mind tries to provide what the body cannot. It plays beautiful, agonizing tricks. As the boys stare out into the endless, white forest, their imaginations conjure the most vivid, heartbreaking memories of home. The freezing air suddenly seems to carry the fragrant, buttery scent of mashed potatoes. The soft, whistling wind in the pine branches sounds exactly like the gentle simmer of a heavy iron soup pot on a warm kitchen stove. They can almost feel the heat of an open oven door, almost taste the sweet, rich cinnamon of a holiday pie. These memories are a double-edged sword. They are a beautiful, temporary escape from the biting frost, but they also sharpen the pangs of hunger, making the freezing reality of the foxhole feel so much more severe. Yet, they cling to these visions. They whisper about them in the dark. Listen to two friends huddled together beneath a snow-laden branch. They are not talking about the war. They are not talking about the enemy moving somewhere out in the blackness. They are softly, reverently describing their favorite meals. One boy speaks of a small, crowded diner in Brooklyn, describing the exact sound a spatula makes when it flips a thick, sizzling pancake on a hot, greased griddle. The other boy listens, his eyes wide and dreaming in the dark, and counters with the story of his grandmother's Sunday roast, the way the carrots and potatoes swam in the rich, dark gravy. They feast on words. They share a banquet of memory, passing the phantom plates back and forth in the freezing night, finding a strange, spiritual nourishment in the simple act of remembering. But words cannot entirely stop the shivering. As the deep night stretches on, hour after agonizing hour, the physical reality of their isolation demands a response. They become quiet, desperate scavengers in a beautiful, barren landscape. Imagine a small patrol of 3 boys, slipping silently out of their foxholes under the cover of darkness. They move like ghosts across the snow, their boots wrapped in torn rags to muffle their footsteps. They are not looking for a fight, they are looking for a miracle. They creep toward the ruins of an old, stone farmhouse that was shattered days ago. The roof is gone, the windows are blown out, and the snow has drifted high against the blackened walls. They dig through the frozen rubble with their bare, bleeding hands. They move burned beams and shattered slate, searching the ruined cellar. And there, buried beneath the frost and the debris, they find it. It is not much. It is a single, frozen head of cabbage, hard as a cannonball, and a few small, wrinkled potatoes that had rolled into a dark corner. To the rest of the world, it is garbage. To these boys, it is an absolute treasure, a priceless jewel pulled from the ashes. They carry their prize back to the Treeline with the quiet reverence of men carrying a holy relic. In the bottom of a deep foxhole, shielded from the wind and the eyes of the enemy, they use a heavy trench knife to hack the frozen vegetables into tiny, jagged pieces. They scoop clean snow into a blackened steel helmet and hold it over the tiny, smokeless blue flame of a single chemical heat tab. It takes an eternity for the snow to melt, and even longer for the water to warm. But finally, a faint, earthy steam begins to rise from the helmet. It is nothing more than warm, dirty water with a hint of bitter cabbage, but as they pass the helmet around the circle, taking slow, careful sips, it tastes like absolute salvation. The warm liquid travels down their throats, a tiny, glowing ember falling into the icy void of their stomachs. They share it equally, perfectly, making sure the last man gets just as much as the first. It is a profound sacrament of brotherhood, a quiet communion in the deep, snowy woods. The hunger is a heavy burden, but it is not the only emptiness they face. The silence of the hollow night is also measured in the terrifyingly light weight of their weapons. Watch a young soldier as he reaches down to check his ammunition belt. He does not need to look, he knows the canvas pouches by touch alone. He slides his numb fingers over the flaps. Empty. 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 He finally finds a single, cold metal clip. He presses his thumb against the brass casings, counting them in the dark. 5 rounds. 5 tiny, heavy pieces of metal to hold back the vast, encroaching shadows of the forest. This terrifying shortage changes the very nature of the boys. They can no longer afford the luxury of shooting at phantoms. They cannot fire into the dark just to break the silence or to soothe their own fraying nerves. They must be absolutely still. They must hold their breath, slow their racing hearts, and wait. The lack of ammunition enforces a deep, monastic discipline. It turns young, frightened boys into quiet, patient statues of ice and canvas, silently guarding the edge of the world. As the night deepens, the greatest battle is simply the fight to stay awake. Exhaustion and hunger are a dangerous, seductive combination. The freezing air whispers to them, offering a gentle, painless numbness if they would only close their eyes and surrender to the dark. The urge to drift away, to let the heavy, snow-laden branches serve as a final, quiet blanket, is almost overpowering. To fight the creeping sleep, they turn to the fragile pieces of paper tucked against their chests. A boy with frostbitten cheeks pulls a folded letter from his inner pocket. He cannot read the words in the pitch black of the trench, but he holds it tightly in his hands. It is a letter from his older sister. The last time he read it, in the pale light of the previous morning, she had complained about the rationing back home. She had written about how difficult it was to find proper sugar for baking, and how she had to use dark molasses for the holiday cookies, apologizing that they wouldn't taste exactly the same when she eventually sent him a tin. Sitting here in the starving, freezing woods, the boy does not feel anger at her complaint. He does not resent her for her warm kitchen or her safe, mundane worries. Instead, he finds a profound, grounding comfort in it. He rubs his thumb over the paper, smiling softly into the dark. The thought of his sister, safely standing in their family kitchen, frowning over a bowl of molasses dough, is a beautiful anchor. It reminds him that a normal, gentle world still exists, spinning quietly along while he sits in the frozen dark. He holds the letter against his face, drawing strength from the invisible ink, using the memory of her voice to keep his heavy eyes from closing. This is the true heroism of Bastogne. It is not found in the loud, dramatic clashes of steel. It is found in these long, endless, hollow nights. It is the heroism of simply outlasting the dark. It is the courage to endure the gnawing, physical pain of an empty stomach, to share the very last sip of warm water with a brother, and to hold the line with nothing but 5 bullets and a faded letter from home. They lean heavily against each other, a sprawling tapestry of exhausted, starving boys woven into the roots of the ancient pines. They listen to the gentle, rhythmic breathing of their friends, a soft, steady hum that pushes back against the vast, terrifying silence of the winter. They do not know when the sky will break. They do not know when the roads will open, or if they ever will. They only know that they have survived one more hour. And as the deep, bruised indigo of the night sky slowly, almost imperceptibly, begins to soften into the pale, muted gray of another morning, they tighten their thin jackets around their shivering shoulders. They wipe the fresh frost from their eyelashes. They take a slow, deep breath of the sharp, freezing air, and they prepare to stand their quiet, unbroken watch all over again. There is a delicate, fragile magic in the silence that finally follows the thunder. Listen to the profound, heavy hush settling over the deep woods of the Ardennes. For hours, the freezing air had been torn apart by the violent, mechanical roar of the front line, a terrifying symphony of shaking earth and shattered timber. But now, as the deep winter night reclaims the forest, the terrible noise has simply exhausted itself and faded away. In its wake, a breathtaking, eerie peace washes over the snow-draped hills. It is a quiet so absolute, so incredibly deep, that you can hear the soft, papery rustle of a single pine needle dropping from a heavy branch, and the gentle, rhythmic exhale of the sleeping forest. The snow begins to fall again, large, luminous flakes drifting down from a vast, starless sky of bruised violet and charcoal. It falls like a gentle benediction, slowly covering the dark, jagged scars in the earth, smoothing away the harshness of the world, and wrapping the shivering boys in a brilliant, white blanket. The smoke that had choked the trees clears away, replaced by the crisp, clean, biting scent of deep winter and frozen pine sap. In the narrow, earthen foxholes that line the edge of the woods, the young men slowly uncurl from their defensive postures. They lift their heads, their canvas helmets dusted in fresh snow, and blink into the pale, silvery gloom. The ringing in their ears gradually softens, leaving behind only the rhythmic beating of their own hearts and the whispering wind. It is in these beautiful, fleeting spaces between the storms that a different kind of survival takes place. When the physical battle pauses, the battle for the spirit begins. And the greatest weapon these boys possess against the creeping, numbing frost is the simple, profound warmth of memory. The gentle anchor. Feel the deep, aching contrast between the world they are in and the world they are dreaming of. The air in the trench is so cold it feels brittle, stinging their cracked lips and turning their breath into thick, hovering clouds of mist. Their boots are frozen solid to the muddy clay, and their unlined jackets are stiff with layers of ice. If they dwell too long on the reality of the freezing woods, the cold will slip past their damp wool shirts and freeze their very souls. So, they instinctively reach for the light. They lean their tired heads back against the rough, frozen roots of the ancient trees, close their heavy eyes, and cast their minds across the vast, frozen ocean of the Atlantic, all the way back to a world of sunshine, safety, and profound peace. They begin to talk. They do not shout, and they do not speak in the sharp, clipped tones of soldiers on a line. They whisper. Their voices drop to the softest, most intimate murmurs, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the delicate glass of the quiet night, or wake the terrible machinery resting in the dark. The sound of their voices blending together along the tree line is like the soft hum of a gentle river, a soothing, continuous lullaby weaving through the dark pines. They talk about home. They talk about mothers, and sweethearts, and the incredibly beautiful, mundane details of a life they left behind. The girl in the yellow dress. Look down into a small, snow-rimmed hollow where two young men sit shoulder to shoulder, sharing the fragile warmth of a single, damp blanket. One boy, his face smeared with soot and his hands shaking from the chill, is staring up at the pale glow of the moon filtering through the branches. He is not seeing the snow. He is seeing a warm, humid evening in late July, and a small farming town painted in the golden light of the setting sun. He whispers to his friend about a girl named Mary. He describes the exact sound her screen door made when it slammed shut behind her, a sharp, familiar thwack that meant the evening was just beginning. He speaks of the local high school gymnasium, transformed for a summer dance with twisting ribbons of crepe paper and a sweating glass punch bowl. He takes his time with the memory, painting it with slow, deliberate words. He tells his friend about the dress she wore. It was cotton, he whispers, the color of a pale, soft buttercup, and it caught the warm summer breeze when she spun around on the scuffed wooden floor. He describes the scent of her hair, a clean, sweet mixture of cheap vanilla soap and the smell of rain on hot asphalt. The boy next to him listens in complete, reverent silence. He does not interrupt. He closes his own eyes, allowing the words to wash over him. In the freezing, lonely dark of the Ardennes, this shared memory becomes a physical source of warmth. For just a few precious minutes, neither of them is shivering in a hole in the ground. They are standing on the edge of a polished dance floor, bathed in warm, golden light, listening to the soft, swaying rhythm of a slow song, feeling the gentle, electric touch of a girl's hand resting lightly on their shoulder. When the boy finishes his story, there is a long, comfortable pause. He looks down at his own hands, thick with frost and wrapped in torn, dirty rags, and he slowly flexes his stiff fingers, trying desperately to remember the exact sensation of that soft, summer touch. He smiles, a quiet, heartbreaking curve of his lips in the dark, and the memory tucks itself safely back into his chest, a glowing ember keeping his heart from turning to ice. The Sunday kitchen. A few yards away, beneath the sagging, snow-heavy boughs of a massive spruce, another whispered conversation is taking place. Here, the talk is not of summer dances, but of the deeply ingrained, beautiful rituals of childhood. A soldier with pale, frost-bitten cheeks is softly describing his mother's kitchen on a Sunday morning. He speaks with a slow, hypnotic cadence, tracing the familiar lines of his home in the dark air. He describes the worn linoleum floor, fading near the sink where his mother stood for countless hours. He knows the exact pattern of the tiles, tiny, interlocking blue flowers on a field of white. He whispers about the heavy, cast-iron skillet sitting on the gas stove, and the sharp, snapping sound of baking grease popping in the heat. The smell, he says, would drift all the way up the wooden stairs and slip under his bedroom door, pulling him from his sleep. He describes the battered aluminum percolator bubbling with strong, bitter coffee, and the way the morning light would slant through the window over the sink, illuminating dancing motes of dust in the air. He talks about his mother, wearing a flour-dusted apron, humming a church hymn slightly off-key as she rolled out biscuits on the wooden counter. He remembers the warmth of that room, a thick, enveloping heat that made the windows fog with condensation. The boys in the neighboring foxholes leaned slightly toward his voice, drawn like moths to the gentle flame of his story. In this starving, freezing forest, the vivid description of a mother's kitchen is a feast for their hollow spirits. It anchors them. It reminds them that they belong to someone, that there is a place in the world where a chair sits empty at a kitchen table, waiting perfectly for their return. They feed on his words, wrapping the phantom scent of coffee and the imagined warmth of the stove around their shivering shoulders like a heavy, protective quilt. The paper treasures. As the night deepens and the cold presses harder against the earth, the whispers inevitably turn toward the fragile paper treasures tucked deep within their uniforms. Watch a young sergeant, his face lined with an exhaustion that goes straight to the bone. With incredibly slow, stiff movements, he unbuttons his canvas jacket and reaches into his breast pocket. He pulls out a small, leather wallet, the material freezing and unyielding. From inside, he gently extracts a black and white photograph. It is heavily creased, its edges soft and fraying from being touched 1,000 times in the dark. He leans toward the pale, milky light reflecting off the snow to look at it. He does not keep it to himself. He carefully passes it to the shivering boy beside him. It is not a photograph of a person. It is a picture of an old, golden retriever, lying lazily on a sun-drenched wooden porch, its tail slightly blurred from wagging at the camera. The sergeant whispers about the dog. He tells his friend how the dog, whose name is Barnaby, would walk to the very end of the long gravel driveway every single afternoon at exactly 3:15, waiting patiently for the yellow school bus to drop him off. He describes the feeling of burying his face in the dog's thick, warm fur, smelling the dust and the sunshine trapped within it. He talks about the heavy, comforting weight of the dog resting its head on his knee while he read books on the porch steps. The younger boy holds the photograph with immense care, as if it were spun from glass. He studies the image of the dog, feeling a profound, gentle ache in his own chest. In this brutal theater of iron and ice, the image of an old dog sleeping in the sun is a staggering reminder of innocence. It is a symbol of a world that makes sense, a world built on simple, unconditional love and quiet afternoons. He hands the photograph back, his thumb lightly brushing the image in a silent, reverent gesture. The sergeant tucks it safely back against his heart, fortifying his invisible armor for the long hours ahead. The blanket of words. These hushed conversations, floating like mist through the snow-laden trees, are the true lifeline of the encircled woods. The military maps show these boys surrounded by a terrifying, unbroken ring of heavy armor and deep winter. But the maps cannot show the invisible threads extending out from these dark foxholes, reaching across the frozen oceans, tying these young men to the front porches, the high school gymnasiums, and the warm kitchens of their homes. They are weaving a blanket of words. They are sharing their mothers, their sweethearts, and their childhoods with each other, creating a collective, glowing reservoir of hope. When one boy's spirit begins to falter under the weight of the endless cold, another boy softly speaks up in the dark, offering a memory of a county fair or a fishing trip on a quiet lake, passing the fragile torch of humanity back and forth. The stark contrast between the harsh, biting frost of the Ardennes and the gentle, golden memories of peace does not break them. It sustains them. It gives meaning to the shivering. It provides a profound, undeniable reason to endure the hollow night, to wait for the morning light, and to hold the line against the encroaching shadows. As the hours drift by, the whispers across the snow gradually begin to slow. The heavy, seductive pull of exhaustion settles over the tree line. The boys lean their heads together, their breathing falling into a slow, synchronized rhythm. They pull their thin collars high, wrap their damp scarves tight, and let the quiet finally take them. But they do not sleep in the cold. They sleep in the warm, golden light of their memories. They sleep in the smell of vanilla soap and summer rain. They sleep to the sound of a mother humming in a sunlit kitchen, and the gentle thumping of a dog's tail on a wooden porch. The snow continues to fall, silent and beautiful, blanketing the dark earth, while the gentle ghosts of home stand their quiet, unwavering watch over the weary souls of Bastogne. There is a strange, quiet surrender in the way the morning mist gently swallows the world. The ocean of mist. Listen to the heavy, damp silence of the forest as the deep night finally begins to loosen its grip. The morning does not arrive with the warm, golden rays of the sun, nor does it paint the sky in cheerful strokes of pink and orange. Instead, the dawn creeps into the Ardennes wrapped in a thick, pearlescent fog. It is a heavy, breathing mist that rolls slowly over the frozen ridges and settles deep into the valleys, turning the dark, jagged silhouettes of the ancient pines into soft, fading ghosts. The mist is so dense that the world simply ceases to exist beyond a few dozen feet. The sprawling, terrifying front line, the distant, ruined farmhouses, the vast, snowy hills, they are all erased, hidden behind a gentle, shifting curtain of white. For the young men huddled in their earthen trenches, this fog is a strange, profound blessing. It wraps around their foxholes like a heavy, protective blanket. It isolates them, yes, but it also hides them from the cruel eyes of the war. In this milky twilight, they are completely alone, floating on a quiet island in the clouds. Breathe in the damp, freezing air with them. The mist clings to everything it touches. It leaves a delicate, glistening layer of silver condensation on the cold steel of their rifles. It settles into the rough wool of their scarves, weighing them down with a creeping, bone-deep dampness. The boys sit with their knees pulled tightly to their chests, their shoulders hunched against the chill, blinking heavy, exhausted eyes into the white void. The silence is so absolute that the soft, rhythmic sound of a single drop of water falling from a pine needle feels as loud as a heartbeat. In this suspended, dreamlike space, the terrible realities of the past few days feel muffled, as if they belong to someone else's nightmare. The hunger that gnaws at their stomachs has become a dull, familiar companion. The numbing frost in their toes is just a quiet fact of life. They exist only in the present moment, listening to the gentle, hushed breathing of the brother sitting next to them, drawing a quiet, desperate comfort from the simple fact that they have survived to see another pale morning. Shapes in the white. As the hours drift by, suspended in the pale light, a subtle shift occurs. It does not begin with the sharp, terrifying crack of a rifle, nor the deep, rumbling vibration of approaching armor. It begins as a feeling, a soft stirring in the dense, white air. Look through the eyes of a young soldier resting his chin on the frozen edge of his foxhole. His eyelashes are crusted with tiny diamonds of ice. He is staring out into the mist, his mind wandering far away to the warm, wood-paneled living room of his childhood home, when his gaze catches on something unusual. Out there, in the formless, shifting white, a darker shape is slowly materializing. The boy does not panic. He does not shout or raise his weapon. He simply nudges the shoulder of the friend sleeping lightly beside him. They both peer over the edge of the earth, their breath catching softly in their throats. The shapes are moving closer, drifting through the fog with a slow, deliberate, almost hesitant rhythm. And then, the mist parts just enough to reveal them. It is a small handful of men in long, heavy, field-gray winter coats. But they are not creeping forward in the low, hunting crouch of an attack. They are walking upright, their hands empty of weapons, their breath rising in white plumes that mingle with the fog. And carrying the weight of this surreal moment is a single, striking object, a piece of clean, white cloth, tied to a wooden stick, swaying gently in the damp morning air. A flag of truce. It is a breathtakingly beautiful, bizarre sight. In this shattered, freezing forest, where the earth has been torn open and the trees have been splintered by iron, the sudden appearance of a clean, white flag feels almost like a hallucination. It is a symbol of reason, of conversation, of civilized rules quietly asserting themselves in a place that has been entirely stripped of civilization. The clean paper. The messengers step carefully through the deep snow, their boots crunching softly in the quiet morning. They are escorted through the lines by cautious, silent American boys. There is no anger in this brief, strange encounter. There is only a profound, mutual exhaustion. The boys in the foxholes look closely at the faces of the men in the gray coats. They see the exact same hollow, shadowed eyes, the exact same frostbitten cheeks, and the exact same weary slump of the shoulders that they see when they look at each other. The cold, it seems, plays no favorites. The messengers carry a formal document. It is a crisp, neatly typewritten piece of paper. It has not been soaked in the melting snow. It has not been stained with the dark, freezing mud of a trench. It smells faintly of dry ink and warm offices, of a world where desks and typewriters still exist. This clean piece of paper carries a simple, heavy demand. It says that the American forces are entirely surrounded. It outlines the vast, overwhelming numbers of the enemy troops circling the forest. It states, with cold, mathematical logic, that their situation is completely hopeless. And it asks, politely and formally, for their immediate and unconditional surrender, promising honorable treatment if they simply lay down their arms and walk out of the woods. Imagine the profound absurdity of this piece of paper making its way down into the dark, freezing cellars of the town, passing from hand to hand until it reaches the quiet commander. The defiance of the heart. As the news of the demand slowly whispers its way down the tree line, fluttering from foxhole to foxhole like a quiet breeze, watch the reaction of the boys sitting in the snow. According to every rule of military science, according to every logical calculation on the clean, white paper, they are beaten. They have no food. Their ammunition pouches are terribly, frighteningly light. They are dressed in summer canvas while the deep winter buries them alive. The circle around them is sealed, and there is no rescue coming through the mist. They should, by all accounts, feel a profound, overwhelming sense of relief. The paper offers them an immediate end to the shivering. It offers them a warm fire, a full meal, a chance to sleep without keeping one ear tuned to the terrifying dark. It offers them their lives. But logic has never lived in a foxhole. Look at the young boy from the Midwest, the one who has carefully rationed the fading ink of his mother's letter. He hears the whisper of surrender, and he slowly reaches into his jacket, touching the worn paper resting over his heart. He thinks of the freezing, agonizing hours he spent hacking into the solid ice with a dull trench knife just to carve out this tiny sanctuary. He looks at his own hands, wrapped in dirty, fraying rags, and then he looks at the boy sitting next to him, the friend who shared his very last, frozen square of chocolate in the dead of the night. A quiet, profound stubbornness begins to bloom in his chest. It is not a fiery, dramatic anger. It is not the loud, boasting bravado of a movie hero. It is a deep, peaceful, unbreakable resolve. He turns to his friend, and a small, tired smile curves the corners of his cracked lips. He gently shakes his head. All along the snowy perimeter, this exact same, quiet scene plays out. The boys look at the holes they have dug. They look at the blood they have left in the snow. They look at the makeshift bandages of parachute silk, the shared blankets, and the empty sky. They have simply endured too much to let a piece of typewritten paper tell them that their suffering has been for nothing. They have walked through the deepest, darkest valley of the winter, and they have found that their brotherhood is stronger than the frost. They do not hate the men who brought the message. They just feel a strange, grounded pity for anyone who thinks a signature on a clean document can undo the profound, unbreakable bond forged in the freezing dirt. They have already given everything they have to this forest. They will not give up the forest itself. A single word. Back in the dim, lantern-lit headquarters, the commander reads the formal demand. He is a man carrying the unbearable weight of thousands of freezing boys on his shoulders. He looks at the elegant, threatening paragraphs outlining their certain doom. And he realizes that there is no formal, typewritten response that can capture the sheer, stubborn endurance of the men shivering in the woods. He offers a reply that is incredibly brief. It is a single, sharp word of dismissal. It is a word that brushes aside the grand, formal language of war and speaks directly to the gritty, unyielding reality of the trench. It is a beautiful, deeply human rejection of the impossible. The typed response is handed back to the waiting messengers. They read it, their faces a portrait of quiet, bewildered confusion, before they turn around and begin their long, slow walk back into the ocean of mist. The gentle armor. As the greatcoats slowly fade away, swallowed once again by the shifting, pearlescent fog, the boys in the foxholes settle back into the damp earth. Nothing about their physical situation has changed. The hunger still gnaws at their empty bellies. The invisible, biting enemy of the cold still creeps through their thin canvas jackets. The heavy, terrifying ring of armor still waits for them somewhere out in the unseen distance. But something profound has shifted in the quiet air. The whispered news of the commander's reply ripples through the snowy trees, and as it passes, it leaves behind a warm, glowing trail of quiet pride. You can see it in the way a boy pulls his thin collar up just a little bit higher against the wind. You can see it in the gentle, tired laughter shared between two friends huddling under a snow-laden branch. You can see it in the way they grip their freezing rifles, their numb fingers finding a renewed, steady strength against the cold wood and steel. They have been offered the easiest, most logical way out of the dark, and they have collectively, quietly chosen to stay. They are no longer just surviving the winter, they are defying it. They have wrapped themselves in a gentle armor woven from pure, unadulterated stubbornness. They lean their heavy heads against the frozen roots, their exhales creating beautiful, white clouds in the damp air. They close their eyes, listening to the vast, encompassing silence of the mist, feeling the steady, reassuring heartbeat of the brother beside them. The clean, white paper is gone. The forest belongs to them once more. And as the mist continues to drift through the ancient pines, hiding them safely from the world, they wait in the freezing, beautiful calm, ready to hold the line until the very last drop of winter melts away. There is a profound weight to a single word spoken softly in the dark. Listen to the lingering quiet that follows the departure of the messengers. The thick, pearlescent fog still clings to the ancient pines of the Ardennes, holding the freezing world in a state of suspended animation. The gray-coated men who brought the crisp, typewritten demand for surrender have faded back into the white mist, leaving behind nothing but a trail of shallow footprints in the deep snow. The woods exhale a long, slow breath, and the boys in the earthen foxholes settle back down into the freezing clay, waiting for an answer they already know in their hearts. Deep beneath the shattered, cobblestone streets of Bastogne, in a damp, dimly lit stone cellar, the formal demand rests on a wooden table. It is a masterpiece of military eloquence, filled with sweeping paragraphs about overwhelming odds, tactical superiority, and the cold, unavoidable mathematics of defeat. It is a document designed to strike fear into the hearts of logical men. But the men reading it by the flickering, golden light of a kerosene lantern are far beyond the reach of simple logic. They are exhausted, they are starving, and they are fiercely, deeply tied to the young boys shivering in the woods above. Imagine the commander standing in that heavy, shadowy room. He does not draft a long, poetic response. He does not consult heavy manuals of military protocol or weigh the historical significance of his phrasing. He simply thinks of the boys he saw that morning. He thinks of the farm kids and the city boys, wearing thin canvas jackets in a blizzard, sharing their last sips of melted snow, tying frayed rags around their freezing boots. He knows that a grand, eloquent speech would be an insult to their quiet, gritty endurance. He offers a reply that belongs entirely to them. It is just 4 letters. A single, sharp syllable of beautiful, stubborn defiance. Nuts. Listen to the soft, rhythmic clack of the typewriter keys in the dim cellar as a young clerk commits the word to paper. The sound echoes gently off the curved stone ceiling, a tiny, mechanical heartbeat of resistance. The clerk's fingers are stiff with the damp chill, but he types the word with a slow, careful reverence. When he pulls the paper from the carriage, it looks almost absurd. A vast, empty expanse of white page, carrying just a single word to answer an entire, encroaching army. It is handed to a runner, a young soldier whose breath plumed in the freezing air as he made the long, lonely walk back out to the edge of the forest to deliver it to the waiting enemy. The exchange is brief, filled with bewildered confusion from the men in gray coats, who struggle to translate the strange, colloquial poetry of an ordinary American boy into the rigid language of war. They ask what it means. They are told, quite simply, that it means the boys in the woods are not going anywhere. But the true magic of this single syllable does not happen in the quiet exchange between officers. The true magic happens when the word begins its journey back to the foxholes. It travels not over loud, crackling radios, and it is not shouted by men standing bravely on tree stumps. It travels the way everything precious travels in this frozen forest, in a whisper. Follow the word as it leaves the stone cellars and moves up into the snow. A young runner, his canvas boots slipping on the icy cobblestones, hurries out toward the tree line. He slips quietly into a shallow trench where 3 boys are huddled together beneath a frozen woolen blanket. They look up at him, their faces pale, their eyes hollow with the deep ache of hunger and the relentless, biting frost. The runner leans in close, bringing the faint smell of wood smoke and damp canvas with him. He tells them about the demand for surrender. He tells them about the typewritten pages threatening certain doom. And then, leaning even closer, his voice dropping to a warm, conspiratorial murmur, he tells them the commander's one-word reply. Watch the faces of the 3 boys in the trench. They do not leap up. They do not raise their rifles in the air or let out a fierce, triumphant battle cry. The winter has stripped away all their excess energy, leaving no room for grand, theatrical gestures. Instead, something far more beautiful happens. A slow, cracked smile begins to break across the face of the youngest boy. It is a gentle, weary curve of his frostbitten lips. He looks at his friends, and the smile catches, passing silently from one face to the next. A soft, breathless chuckle escapes them, a quiet vibration that shakes their thin, icy jackets. It is the sound of profound, shared absurdity. It is the deep, spiritual relief of knowing that the men leading them understand exactly who they are. The word nuts is not military jargon. It is the language of their childhoods. It is the word a kid from a Brooklyn stoop uses when someone tells a tall tale. It is the word a farm boy from Iowa mutters when a tractor refuses to start in the morning dew. By choosing that single syllable, the commander did not speak to them as soldiers, he spoke to them as ordinary boys. He bridged the vast, formal distance between the dim cellars and the frozen dirt, wrapping them all in the exact same, familiar blanket of home. The whisper moves like a gentle breeze through the snow-laden pines. It passes from the boys in the first trench to the quiet sentries keeping watch by a shattered farmhouse. It travels down the line, handed carefully from man to man, a fragile, glowing ember of news passed through the freezing dark. Look down into a small hollow carved beneath the exposed, twisting roots of an ancient oak tree. A soldier sits entirely alone, his knees pulled tight against his chest, fighting a desperate, losing battle against the heavy pull of sleep. His toes have lost all feeling hours ago, and his mind has begun to wander into the dangerous, numb fog of the deep cold. A shadow moves softly above him. A friend from a neighboring foxhole slides down the icy embankment, resting a heavy, gloved hand gently on the lonely soldier's shoulder. He whispers the story of the message. He whispers the single syllable. The lonely soldier blinks slowly, the words pulling him back from the edge of the numbing sleep. He processes the beautiful, stubborn arrogance of the reply. He realizes, with a sudden, warming clarity, that he is part of something entirely unbroken. The vast, terrifying ring of armor surrounding them suddenly feels a little less suffocating. The dark woods feel a little less lonely. He nods his head, a microscopic gesture in the dark, and sits up just a little bit straighter. The word has acted like a tiny, invisible shot of adrenaline to his weary soul. For the young men who have spent days feeling entirely forgotten by the world, completely cut off from the roads, the sky, and their homes, this single word is a profound affirmation. It is a promise. It says, loudly and clearly in the silence of their hearts, that they are choosing this. They are not trapped, they are holding the door. In another foxhole, just as the pale gray daylight begins to fade into the bruised violet of the approaching evening, a boy retrieves his precious, stubby lead pencil. He pulls a folded, worn letter from his inner pocket, flattening it carefully against his canvas thigh. He has been writing this letter to his young wife for 4 days, adding a few tiny, cramped sentences whenever his fingers are warm enough to grip the wood. He does not write about the terrifying thunder of the artillery, or the broken men he saw on the dark road, or the gnawing hunger that keeps him awake. He simply writes, with slow, deliberate strokes, "They asked us to quit today. The old man told them no. So, we are staying put. Don't worry about me. I am safe, and I will be home when the snow melts." He blows gently on the graphite to keep it from smudging, folds the paper along its soft, worn creases, and tucks it safely back against his chest. The simple act of writing it down makes it absolutely real. They are staying put. The winter can howl, the enemy can press against the trees, the snow can bury them to their shoulders, but they are deeply, fundamentally rooted in the frozen earth. As the deep night finally falls over the Ardennes, the temperature drops once again, bringing a fresh, biting wave of frost that settles heavily over the canvas helmets. The boys huddle together, sharing their single, damp woolen blankets, burying their bare hands in their armpits. The physical reality of their suffering has not been magically cured. Their stomachs still ache with a profound emptiness. Their bodies still shake with an involuntary, exhausting rhythm. The terrifying unknown still waits for them out there in the vast, black ocean of the forest. But the atmosphere inside the perimeter has shifted. The air no longer feels heavy with the quiet dread of the surrounded. It feels charged with a gentle, unified resilience. The single syllable has woven a tight, invisible thread through the hundreds of scattered foxholes, pulling them all together into one, solid, unbreakable line. They lean their tired heads against the shoulders of their brothers. They close their eyes, listening to the soft, whispering wind moving through the upper branches of the pines. They draw a deep, quiet strength from the absolute certainty that the man to their left and the man to their right share the exact same, stubborn heartbeat. They do not need loud music. They do not need grand speeches or the distant rumble of rescuing tanks to tell them who they are. They have already found their victory in the freezing dirt. It is the quiet, everyday heroism of a shivering boy who simply refuses to let go of his friend's hand in the dark. The snow begins to fall again, large, silent flakes drifting down to cover the dark woods in a pristine, beautiful layer of white. It covers the foxholes, it covers the shattered trees, and it covers the tracks of the messengers who walked away. But it cannot cover the quiet, glowing warmth that has settled deep into the chests of the boys of the Airborne. They are anchored by a single word, tethered to each other, resting peacefully in the heart of the winter storm, entirely ready to wait for the morning light. The forest breathes, and in the deepest part of the night, the shadows seem to breathe right back. Listen to the absolute, heavy stillness of the Bois Jacques. This is an ancient place, a dense, sprawling cathedral of towering pine trees that have stood silent watch over the Belgian countryside for generations. The trunks are thick and rough, crowded so closely together that they swallow the pale, milky light of the winter moon. Above, the heavy branches interlock to form a thick canopy of dark green and brilliant white, a ceiling that traps the bitter cold down near the frozen earth. For the boys huddled in their narrow, icy foxholes along the edge of this treeline, the physical suffering, the hollow stomachs and the numb, freezing toes, is only half of the winter's burden. The other half is carried entirely in the mind. When you sit in the dark for hours on end, staring out into an endless sea of snow and timber, your own imagination begins to fray. The human mind is a beautiful, fragile thing, designed to find patterns, to seek out shapes and meaning. But out here, in the creeping, monochromatic gloom of the front line, that very instinct becomes a heavy weight. Imagine a young man on the midnight watch. He is wrapped in a damp, scratchy blanket, his chin resting on the frozen rim of his foxhole. His eyes are wide, straining to pierce the thick, shifting veil of the falling snow. The silence is so absolute that it rings in his ears, a high, thin pitch of pure isolation. And because it is so quiet, every tiny, ordinary sound becomes magnified, echoing through the trees like a sudden, jarring alarm. Somewhere out in the dark, a heavy clump of snow finally slips from a sagging pine branch, tumbling down to strike the forest floor with a soft, muffled thud. The boy's breath catches in his throat. His frozen fingers tighten instinctively around the cold, wooden stock of his rifle. He does not move. He does not blink. He stares into the gray distance, his heart hammering a frantic, echoing rhythm against his ribs. Was that a footstep? Was that the soft crunch of a winter boot pressing into the snow? He waits, suspended in a terrible, agonizing silence, listening for the sound to repeat. But there is nothing. Just the whispering wind slipping through the needles. The boy slowly exhales, a long, trembling cloud of white mist vanishing into the dark. He forces his shoulders to drop, forcing his racing heart to slow its frantic pace. This is the silent, exhausting battle of the Treeline. It is fought 100 times a night, entirely within the confines of a boy's weary mind. The enemy is out there, somewhere beyond the veil of white, but the waiting makes ghosts out of the trees themselves. A swaying branch, caught in a sudden gust of wind, becomes a creeping figure in a heavy gray coat. A shadow, stretched long and thin by the shifting moonlight, transforms into a line of men moving silently through the woods. To survive this constant, psychological pressure, the boys must learn to anchor their minds to something solid, something profoundly real and far away from the haunting woods. Watch a soldier sitting shoulder to shoulder with his sleeping friend. To keep the shadows at bay, he closes his eyes for just a fraction of a second and begins to mentally walk through the rooms of his childhood home. He pictures the worn, wooden floorboards of the hallway. He remembers the exact pattern of the faded floral wallpaper in the living room, counting the small, yellow roses printed there. He imagines the heavy, ticking grandfather clock in the corner, and the soft, dusty smell of the books on his father's shelf. He builds this sanctuary in his mind, brick by brick, memory by memory. When the wind howls and the shadows seem to creep closer, he retreats into that safe, warm house. He traces the handwriting of a letter he received weeks ago from his sweetheart, reciting her words in his head like a protective, gentle prayer. "I am knitting you a blue scarf," she had written in her elegant, looping script. "The yarn is so incredibly soft. I imagine it keeping you warm when the snow falls." He focuses on the idea of that blue yarn, on the image of her hands moving gracefully in the warm glow of a living room lamp. He wraps the phantom scarf around his freezing neck, and the terrifying shapes in the trees slowly lose their power. The mind, anchored by love, refuses to be broken by the dark. The boy beside him stirs in his sleep, a soft, involuntary shiver shaking his thin frame. He wakes up, blinking away the heavy, confusing fog of exhaustion, and looks out at the dark woods. He senses the tight, fraying tension in his friend's posture. He knows the feeling intimately. He has fought the exact same ghosts and the exact same shadows just the night before. He doesn't ask what his friend is looking at. He knows there is nothing out there but the cold and the endless, twisting roots. Instead, he simply shifts his weight in the cramped earthen hole, leaning his shoulder heavily against his brother's. It is a tiny, almost imperceptible movement, but it speaks volumes in the dark. It is a silent language that says, "I am awake now. You are not keeping this watch alone." The first boy lets out a quiet, shuddering breath. The heavy, paralyzing grip of the anxiety slowly begins to release its hold. He reaches down with numb, clumsy fingers and unclips a small metal canteen, offering a sip of half-frozen water to his friend. They sit together in the beautiful, terrible silence, watching the shadows dance in the snow, their shared warmth acting as a fragile shield against the creeping dread. They learn, over the long, endless nights, how to look at the forest. An older boy, a gentle sergeant whose eyes carry the quiet wisdom of too many winters, crawls from foxhole to whisper advice down the line. "Don't stare directly at the trees," he says softly in the dark, his breath rising in a white cloud. If you stare too hard, they start to walk. Look through them. Look at the spaces between the trunks. Keep your eyes soft. It is a strange, poetic lesson in survival. Keep your eyes soft. Do not let the harshness of the world turn your vision to stone. Let the shadows simply be shadows. Let the snow simply be snow. And so, they practice this quiet art. They learn to differentiate the sharp, sudden crack of a freezing pine root from the deliberate snap of a boot on a dry twig. They learn the gentle, sweeping rhythm of the wind, the way it rushes through the upper canopy like a distant ocean wave before it ever reaches the ground. They become intimately, beautifully attuned to the natural life of the forest, learning its breathing patterns so perfectly that they can recognize when something unnatural steps into the frame. But even with this hard-earned knowledge, the nights are impossibly long. The darkness stretches out like a vast, empty sea, and the hours feel like heavy, sinking stones pulling them down into exhaustion. To keep from drowning in the silence, they rely on the tiny, fragile connections they share with one another and the small treasures they carry in their pockets. Look at the boy pulling a small, battered harmonica from his damp canvas jacket. He does not play it. He knows better than to let a sharp, musical note ring out across the contested snow, drawing the eyes of the enemy. But he holds it in his bare, freezing hands. He runs his thumb over the cold metal ridges, feeling the dents and the familiar scratches. He remembers the sound it used to make, sitting around a warm, crackling fire in a training camp that feels like a lifetime ago. He remembers the rich, joyous laughter of the boys who sang along, the comforting smell of roasting coffee, the feeling of profound, untouchable youth. He holds the silent instrument against his chest, right over his beating heart, drawing a quiet, resilient strength from the songs that now live entirely in his memory. This is how they hold the line in the Bois Jacques. Not with fierce, aggressive bravery, not with loud shouts or clashing steel, but with a quiet, stubborn endurance. They endure the numbing cold, they endure the hollow ache of hunger, and most remarkably, they endure the terrifying, twisting tricks of their own exhausted minds. They become each other's tethers to reality. When one boy feels himself drifting too far into the haunting shadows, slipping into the dark waters of fear, another boy gently pulls him back. He does it with a soft whisper about a favorite baseball player, or a detailed memory of the smell of fresh bread at a corner bakery, or simply the steady, reassuring weight of a hand resting on a trembling shoulder. They weave a net of comfort out of simple words and quiet gestures, catching each other every time they begin to fall. As the deep, bruised violet of the night sky slowly, almost imperceptibly, begins to soften into the pale, milky gray of the morning, the shadows and the treeline gradually lose their sharp, threatening edges. The creeping ghosts turn back into harmless, snow-laden bushes. The towering phantoms reveal themselves to be exactly what they always were, ancient, silent pine trees standing watch over the frozen earth. The boy on the watch blinks his heavy, frost-rimmed eyes. He takes a slow, deep breath of the sharp, freezing air, letting the crisp, clean scent of the morning fill his aching lungs. He looks at the boy sleeping beside him, whose face has softened in the gentle light of the dawn. He has survived another night. His mind has held together. The delicate, invisible armor of his spirit, woven from memories of home, the silent songs of a battered harmonica, and the quiet love of the brother sitting next to him, has proven stronger than the dark. He leans his head back against the frozen wall of the trench, closing his eyes as the first, faint hint of daylight filters through the heavy canopy. The forest breathes, a gentle, morning sigh that rustles the highest needles, and the boys in the foxholes breathe with it, resting for just a moment in the beautiful, fragile peace of the waking woods. There is a moment when the heavy, suffocating roof of the world finally decides to open, and all the light of the universe comes pouring in. Listen to the stillness of the freezing morning. For days that have felt like entire lifetimes, the sky over the Ardennes has been a solid, unyielding lid of iron. The young men huddled in the frozen earth of the deep woods have been living inside a perfectly monochrome world. Everything around them has been painted in the harsh, flat shades of deep winter, the charcoal black of the ancient pine trunks, the bruised, muted gray of the heavy fog, and the endless, blinding white of the snow. They have lived under this gray ceiling for so long that many of them have simply forgotten what color looks like. The gray has not just hidden the sun, it has settled heavily into their tired minds. It has felt like a physical weight pressing down on their canvas helmets, a constant, silent reminder of their absolute isolation. The sky has kept the friendly airplanes grounded, sealing the boys inside a frozen jar, leaving them to fight the hunger, the frost, and the shadows entirely on their own. But today, the air feels different. Breathe in the sharp, crystalline cold. The wind that has been howling fiercely through the treetops for a week suddenly begins to shift. It softens. It changes its bitter tune, slowing to a gentle, sweeping breeze that carries a new, crisp scent. Look up with the young soldier sitting in the bottom of his earthen foxhole. His face is pale, smudged with dark soot, and his eyes are heavy with the deep, hollow ache of exhaustion. He rests his head back against the frozen pine roots and stares up through the heavy, snow-draped canopy. At first, he sees only the familiar, rolling ocean of gray mist. But then, right near the very edge of the horizon, the clouds begin to fray. They thin out, tearing gently like old, soft cotton pulled apart by invisible hands. And there, slipping through the fracture in the clouds, is a sliver of color. It is blue. It is a blue so incredibly deep, so impossibly pure and brilliant, that it makes the boy's breath catch softly in his throat. It is the color of a calm, deep summer lake. It is the color of a robin's egg found carefully resting in a spring nest. It is the color of a wide, open afternoon standing on a wooden back porch, looking out over a peaceful, quiet world. As the wind continues its gentle work, the crack in the clouds widens. The heavy gray curtain is slowly, miraculously pulled back. The fog that has choked the forest floor begins to lift, evaporating into the crisp air, and the great, vast bowl of the sky is finally revealed in all its breathtaking glory. With the blue sky comes the light. The winter sun, which has been hidden away for what feels like an eternity, finally spills its golden warmth over the edge of the world. The light hits the snow, turning the entire forest into a glittering, sparkling ocean of crushed diamonds. The boy in the trench does not move. He is completely captivated. He slowly reaches up with stiff, trembling fingers and unbuckles the strap of his heavy steel helmet. He pulls it off, letting it rest in the snow beside him. He tilts his bare head back, closing his eyes, and simply lets the sunlight touch his face. Feel that warmth with him. It is a weak, distant winter sun, but to a boy who has been freezing in the dark shadows of the earth, it feels like an absolute miracle. It touches his frostbitten cheeks like a mother's gentle hand. It seeps through the damp wool of his collar, a soft, golden promise that the cold will not last forever. All along the edge of the woods, hundreds of young men are doing the exact same thing. They are standing up in their shallow holes, their faces turned toward the heavens, bathing in the quiet, returning grace of the light. And then, into this pristine, beautiful silence, a new sound begins to build. It does not start as a roar. It starts as a low, steady vibration that you can feel in the soles of your boots and the center of your chest. At first, the boys tense. Their exhausted minds instantly imagine the terrifying, heavy rumble of enemy tanks shifting in the distance. They instinctively reach for their cold rifles, their knuckles turning white. But as the sound grows, it changes. It is not the grinding, metallic clatter of armor on frozen mud. It is a deep, resonant, harmonic hum. It is a chorus of massive engines, beating a steady, beautiful rhythm in the thin, cold air. The sound is not coming from the dark woods around them. It is coming from the open sky. They look up, shielding their eyes against the sudden glare of the sun. Far off in the distance, tiny silver specks appear against the brilliant blue canvas. They are moving with a slow, deliberate grace, flying in perfect, sweeping formations. As they draw closer, the sunlight catches their metal wings, flashing like brilliant mirrors in the sky. The low hum becomes a powerful, enveloping thrum that fills the entire valley, drowning out the whistling wind and the quiet fears of the night. They are the transport planes. They are the beautiful, heavy birds of peace, flown by brothers who have been waiting desperately for the clouds to part so they could finally find their way to the dark woods. The boys in the foxholes do not take cover. They do not hide. They stand tall in the snow, leaning against the frozen edges of their trenches, their faces split by wide, disbelieving smiles. They wave their bare, freezing hands. They wave their dirty scarves. Some simply stand with their hands clasped tightly over their hearts, tears of profound, overwhelming relief spilling over their eyelashes and tracing warm, golden paths down their dirty cheeks. Watch as the great silver planes cross directly over the deep canopy of the pines. Suddenly, the bellies of the airplanes open. Tiny, dark bundles tumble out into the rushing air, dropping like heavy stones toward the earth. For one breathless, terrifying second, they simply fall. And then, the sky blooms. Millions of yards of brilliant, shining silk erupt into the crisp air. The parachutes catch the wind, snapping open with a soft, distant thud, suddenly slowing the descent of the heavy bundles. But it is not just the sight of the parachutes that takes the breath away. It is the colors. They are not the olive drab of the army. They are not the flat, concealing white of the snow. They are vibrant, joyful, unapologetic colors. There are parachutes of deep, brilliant red, like the candy apples at a late summer county fair. There are parachutes of bright, shining yellow, like the cotton dress of a girl spinning on a polished wooden dance floor. There are parachutes of rich, emerald green, and pure, blinding white. The entire sky is suddenly filled with them. Hundreds and hundreds of colorful silk domes, drifting slowly and peacefully down through the brilliant blue. It is a staggering, beautiful contrast to the harsh, monochrome world the boys have lived in for so long. It looks like a celebration. It looks like giant, vibrant ornaments falling gently from heaven to decorate the ancient, snow-draped pines. For the boys watching from below, these colors are an absolute feast for their starving eyes. The boy from the Midwest watches a bright red parachute drift slowly across the sun. He doesn't just see a piece of fabric. He sees the painted wooden siding of his family's barn. He sees the taillights of his father's old truck pulling into the driveway. He sees the warm, red glow of the dying embers in his living room fireplace. The colors are a sudden, vivid injection of life into a world that had felt entirely dead. The heavy bundles hit the deep snow with soft, muted thumps, kicking up small clouds of white powder. The bright silk parachutes gently collapse over the pine branches, draping the dark, jagged trees in soft, beautiful ribbons of red and yellow and green. The woods suddenly come alive with a quiet, reverent energy. The boys climb out of their frozen holes, their stiff legs moving with a new, desperate strength. They wade through the waist-deep snow, pulling themselves toward the fallen bundles. It is not a frantic, greedy scramble. It is a slow, deeply emotional gathering. Imagine a group of shivering friends reaching the first heavy canvas bag. They do not tear it open with wild abandon. They unbuckle the heavy straps with trembling, respectful hands. Inside, they find the absolute treasures of the world. There are tightly wrapped bundles of thick, dry woolen socks. There are heavy, insulated winter coats to replace their thin, freezing canvas jackets. There are wooden crates filled with small, metal tins of real food, and heavy canvas bags holding the precious, tiny glass vials of medicine that will finally bring sleep to the boys resting in the dark, stone cellars of the town. But as they pull the supplies from the snow, they realize they have been given something far more valuable than blankets or food. They have been given proof. For days, they had felt entirely alone, abandoned at the very edge of the world, swallowed by the mist and the dark. But these bright, falling colors are undeniable, physical proof that they have not been forgotten. The vast, sprawling world beyond the heavy ring of trees knows exactly where they are. Their brothers in the sky have seen them. The universe has opened its eyes again. Look down into the dim, candle-lit cellars of the town, where the weary angels with their soft hands and gentle voices have been fighting the dark for so long. The muffled, heavy drone of the engines reaches them through the thick stone walls. A young nurse, her apron stained and her eyes heavy with exhaustion, pauses her quiet work. She looks up at the vaulted ceiling, listening to the beautiful, resonant hum. She knows what it means. She reaches out and gently squeezes the hand of a sleeping boy, a soft, trembling smile touching her lips. Help has come. Back in the forest, the boy from the Midwest returns to his foxhole. He is wearing a heavy, dry woolen coat that wraps him in an instant, profound warmth. He holds a small, unopened tin of coffee in his hands, simply savoring the smooth, perfect curve of the metal. He sits down on his bed of pine needles. The brilliant blue sky is still stretching wide and open above him. He reaches into his new, warm pocket and pulls out his tiny, stubby pencil and the worn piece of paper he has been carrying for days. He has so much to tell his mother now. He will write to her about the way the wind shifted. He will tell her about the exact shade of the blue that broke through the gray. He will describe the way the bright red and yellow silk looked as it drifted through the winter sun, catching in the upper branches of the ancient trees. He will tell her that he is warm, that he is full, and that for the first time in a very long time, he is not afraid of the coming night. The afternoon slowly begins to wane, and the golden winter sun begins its long, gentle descent toward the horizon. It paints the clouds in breathtaking strokes of soft lavender, deep rose, and burning gold. The shadows in the treeline begin to lengthen once more, preparing the forest for the dark. The war is not over. The heavy ring of armor still waits somewhere out beyond the snow. The winter is still deep, and the nights will still be fiercely, bitterly cold. But the terrifying spell of the isolation has been completely, beautifully broken. The boys in the foxholes lean back against the earth, wrapping their new, heavy coats tightly around their shoulders. They look up at the fading blue sky, watching the gentle, silken parachutes still swaying softly in the high branches like flags of hope. They close their eyes, feeling the lingering warmth of the sun on their faces, completely anchored by the profound, beautiful knowledge that they are remembered, they are seen, and they will never have to hold the line in the dark alone. There is a profound, trembling grace in a prayer answered not with words, but with the soft rustle of silk against the snow. The waking dream. Listen to the hush that falls over the forest in the wake of the great, silver plains. The deep, vibrating hum of the engines has slowly faded into the distance, leaving behind a sky of impossible, brilliant blue and a forest forever changed. Just moments ago, the Ardennes was a monochrome painting of charcoal and white, a heavy, suffocating trap of ice and shadow. Now, the ancient pine trees are draped in vibrant ribbons of red, yellow, green, and pristine white. The parachutes hang from the heavy branches like massive, blooming winter flowers, catching the weak, golden sunlight and casting warm, colorful shadows across the frozen earth. For a long time, the boys in the foxholes simply do not move. They stand at the edges of their earthen trenches, their bare hands resting on the icy dirt, their mouths slightly parted in absolute, breathless wonder. They have lived in the dark for so long that their minds struggle to accept the reality of the light. They blink their heavy, frost-rimmed eyes, half expecting the colorful silk to evaporate into the mist, a beautiful, cruel trick of their starving imaginations. But the silk does not fade. The heavy canvas bundles attached to them remain firmly planted in the deep snowdrifts. Slowly, with the hesitant, careful steps of men waking from a terrible dream, they begin to climb out of their holes. There is no frantic rushing. There is no loud shouting or chaotic scramble for the prizes. The deep, bone-chilling exhaustion of the past week has stripped away all excess energy, leaving only a quiet, deeply emotional reverence. They wade out into the waist-deep powder, their stiff, canvas-wrapped legs pushing through the resistance of the snow, moving toward the fallen bundles like pilgrims approaching a holy altar. The harvest in the white. Watch the young soldier from the Midwest as he reaches the first heavy canvas package. His unlined jacket is stiff with days of accumulated frost, and his fingers are wrapped in dirty, fraying rags. He drops to his knees in the snow. He does not immediately tear at the buckles. Instead, he simply rests his hands on the thick, rough canvas. It feels incredibly real. It feels like the touch of a friend. As he kneels there in the brilliant, freezing sunlight, something inside of him finally gives way. He is a boy who has endured the terrifying thunder of the artillery without making a sound. He has watched the deep, bitter cold claim his friends, and he has starved in the dark with a stoic, unbroken face. But here, resting his hands on a simple canvas bag dropped from the sky, the dam breaks. A single, warm tear escapes his eye, cutting a clean path through the dark soot and freezing dirt on his cheek. Then another falls, and another. He lowers his head, resting his forehead against the cold bundle, and his thin shoulders begin to shake with silent, overwhelming sobs. All around him, scattered across the brilliant white fields and the edge of the dark Treeline, hundreds of young men are weeping in the snow. They are tears of profound, indescribable relief. They are the tears of boys who had entirely made peace with the idea that they were going to die in the dark, suddenly realizing that they have been granted permission to live. The tins of life. With trembling, clumsy fingers, they begin to work the heavy metal buckles of the canvas bags. The straps are stiff from the high-altitude freeze, but they pull them loose, opening the bundles to the crisp winter air. Inside the first bag, they find the most precious treasure imaginable, food. There are neat, tightly packed rows of small, olive-drab boxes and heavy, rectangular tins. These are simple, military field rations, the kind of food they had grown tired of during the long, safe months of training in the warm summer fields. But here, in the starving, hollow center of the encircled woods, these small tins are absolute feasts. Look at two friends kneeling together in the snow, sharing their bounty. They pull a frozen tin of processed cheese and a small packet of hard crackers from the bag. The food is frozen completely solid by the bitter cold of the upper atmosphere. They do not have the patience or the fuel to build a fire to thaw it. They simply use the heavy handle of a trench knife to crack the frozen cheese into jagged, golden shards. They place the frozen pieces on their dry, cracking tongues. The sensation is almost overwhelming. The salt, the fat, the dense calories, it sends a rush of warmth straight to their aching, hollow centers. They close their eyes, chewing the hard crackers with slow, deliberate focus, savoring every single crumb as if it were the finest meal ever prepared in the kitchens of Paris or New York. A younger boy finds a small, wax paper packet of instant coffee powder. He does not have hot water. He simply tears the corner of the paper with his teeth and pours the bitter, dark powder directly into his mouth, letting it melt against the roof of his mouth. The taste of the coffee brings an instant, vivid flash of his mother's kitchen table, the sound of the morning newspaper rustling, the safe, beautiful rhythm of a world at peace. He leans back against a snow-draped pine tree, chewing a solid block of frozen chocolate, letting the sweet, dark taste anchor his soul back to the earth. The softness of healing. But the gifts from the heavens are not only for the boys shivering in the Treeline. The harvest of the sky reaches all the way down into the dark, stone cellars of the shattered town. Follow a heavy, canvas bundle as it is carried down the winding, cobblestone stairs, away from the bright blue sky and into the amber, flickering gloom of the medical aid station. The air down here is heavy with the scent of damp wool and quiet suffering. The nurses, the gentle keepers of the dark, look up from their low stretchers as the bundle is brought in. A young Belgian nurse, her apron stained and her eyes dark with days of sleepless vigilance, watches as the thick canvas is unrolled. Inside are rows of pristine, brilliant white bandages, tightly wrapped in sterile paper. There are small, precious boxes of sulfa powder. And there, resting perfectly safe in the center of the bundle, are the tiny, delicate glass vials of morphine. For days, she has had to hold the hands of young boys in terrible agony, offering them nothing but the warmth of her own skin and the soft humming of a lullaby. She has watched them tremble and fade in the dark, her heart breaking with the terrible, helpless emptiness of her supplies. When she sees the tiny glass vials reflecting the golden light of the kerosene lanterns, she drops to her knees on the hard stone floor. She presses her hands to her face, breathing in a long, shuddering gasp of pure gratitude. She reaches out and touches the sterile white bandages with infinite, gentle care, treating them like spun gold. Within minutes, she is moving down the aisles of stretchers again, but this time, her hands bring more than just comfort. They bring the miraculous, beautiful gift of sleep. The soft, rhythmic groans of the Cellars slowly begin to fade, replaced by the deep, peaceful, painless breathing of boys who can finally rest. The weight of brass. Back out in the glittering, snow-draped woods, another kind of medicine is being distributed. Watch a young soldier pulling heavy, canvas bandoliers of ammunition from a dropped bundle. He drapes them crisscross over his chest, feeling the profound, comforting weight of the brass and lead pressing against his thin jacket. To a peaceful mind, the sight of bullets might seem jarring, a harsh reminder of the terrible machinery of the front. But to a boy who has spent the last 5 nights staring into the terrifying, shifting shadows of the woods with only 3 rounds left in his pocket, this heavy brass is the physical manifestation of safety. He slides a fresh, heavy clip into his rifle. The sharp, metallic click of the steel locking into place rings out crisp and clear in the freezing air. It is not the sound of aggression. It is the sound of a door being firmly locked against the creeping dark. It is the quiet, sturdy promise that when the sun sets and the shadows begin to lengthen once again, he will not be helpless. He runs his numb thumb over the smooth, cold casings, feeling a deep, settling calm wash over his frayed nerves. He is no longer an empty-handed boy hiding in the frost. He is a guardian, restored and ready to hold his tiny piece of the world. The unspoken message. As the afternoon begins to wane, the boys sit in their foxholes, surrounded by the remnants of the harvest. They are wearing dry, thick woolen socks for the first time in a week. Their stomachs are settling with the warm, heavy comfort of the rations. Their rifles are heavy, and the Cellars are quiet. But the true gift of the parachutes is not found in the canvas bags. The true gift is the profound, psychological warmth that now fills the vast, silent woods. For the darkest part of the winter, they had believed themselves to be completely severed from the rest of humanity. They were an island of shivering boys, forgotten by the generals, lost in the mist, left entirely alone to face the encroaching storm. But as the boy from the Midwest looks up at the bright red silk still tangled in the pine branches above his hole, he understands the beautiful, unspoken message of the drop. The planes did not just bring food and medicine. They brought the eyes of the world. Every single parachute swaying gently in the winter wind is a loud, colorful declaration that they are remembered. It says that miles away, in warm rooms with maps and radios, people are thinking of them. It says that brave men flew through the freezing skies, risking the fire of the front, just to make sure they had enough to eat. It is a breathtaking, tangible proof of love from a country that feels impossibly far away. The boy reaches into his pocket and touches the letter from his mother. For days, he had read her words with a desperate, clinging sorrow, afraid he would never see the kitchen table or the wooden back porch she wrote about. But now, as his fingers trace the worn creases of the paper, the sorrow is gone. The words are no longer a distant, fading dream, they are a future waiting for him to return. The sky has opened, the tether has been reconnected, and the long road home has finally begun to reappear beneath the snow. The golden winter sun dips low behind the ancient pines, casting long, purple shadows across the brilliant white earth. The air begins to bite once more, signaling the return of the deep, freezing night. But the boys in the Treeline do not pull their knees to their chests in fear. They lean back against the frozen dirt, their stomachs full, their feet dry, their hearts anchored by the bright silk hanging in the trees. They watch the stars slowly blink to life in the clearing sky, resting peacefully in the quiet, absolute certainty that they are not alone. Even the deepest, coldest shadows must eventually pause to listen to the whisper of a holy night. The twilight of the eve. Listen to the stillness as the day slowly surrenders to the dark. The brilliant blue sky that brought the colorful parachutes has softly faded away, melting into a vast, heavy canopy of indigo and bruised velvet. The winter sun has slipped below the jagged horizon of the Ardennes, taking its fragile, golden warmth with it. As the twilight deepens, the temperature plummets, turning the air so brittle and sharp that it feels like glass against the skin. This is the hour when the forest usually holds its breath, bracing for the long, terrifying stretch of the night. But tonight is different. There is a strange, heavy magic suspended in the freezing mist. It is Christmas Eve. The weight of a date. Out here, in the sprawling, snow-choked woods, time has lost all of its ordinary meaning. The days have blurred into a single, endless cycle of shivering, watching, and surviving. There are no calendars tacked to the frozen dirt walls of the foxholes. There are no clocks chiming in the town square, their bells having been silenced by the storm of war. Yet, every single boy huddled in the Treeline knows exactly what night it is. The knowledge rests in their chests like a smooth, heavy stone, a profound, aching mixture of deep homesickness and desperate, quiet hope. Imagine the sheer, unimaginable distance between the world they are sitting in and the world they are dreaming of. Back home, in the bustling cities and the quiet, snow-dusted farming towns, the windows are glowing with a warm, amber light. Families are gathered in small living rooms, the air smelling richly of melting wax, roasting meats, and sweet, spiced cider. Children are wide awake in their beds, their hearts racing with the innocent, beautiful anticipation of the morning. Here, in the frozen earth, there are no hearths. There is only the biting, relentless wind. There are no glass ornaments reflecting the firelight, only the sharp, glittering icicles clinging stubbornly to the rough bark of the ancient pines. The ghosts of the hearth. Look down into a narrow trench, half covered by the sagging branches of a heavy spruce tree. A young soldier sits with his knees pulled tightly to his chest, wrapped in a damp woolen blanket. He closes his eyes and allows the ghosts of his childhood to visit him in the dark. He remembers the exact, sappy smell of the Christmas tree his father used to drag through the front door, the way the snow would melt into small, dark puddles on the hardwood floor. He remembers his mother's hands, dusted with white flour, wrapping small boxes in simple brown paper and tying them with red string. He reaches into his stiff canvas pocket and pulls out a letter. It is the same letter he has read 100 times, but tonight, the words feel like a physical lifeline. He traces the shape of his wife's handwriting in the pitch black, feeling the invisible loops and curves. She had written about putting a single, glowing candle in the window, a silent beacon to guide him back across the dark ocean. He holds the folded paper against his cold cheek, imagining that he can feel the faint, flickering warmth of that distant candle reaching all the way into the freezing woods. To dwell on these memories is a dangerous thing. It invites a sorrow so deep and vast that it could easily swallow a weary soul whole. But on this night, the boys do not push the memories away. They invite them in. They wrap their freezing bodies in the golden warmth of their pasts, using the profound love of their families as a shield against the biting frost. The melody in the mist. As the midnight hour slowly approaches, the vast, sprawling front line falls into an eerie, unprecedented silence. The distant, mechanical rumble of artillery fades away entirely. The sharp, cracking sounds of the rifles cease. It is as if the entire world, exhausted and broken by the heavy violence, has simply decided to lay down its arms and close its eyes. And then, into this breathtaking, absolute quiet, a sound emerges. It does not come from a grand choir. It does not echo from the vaulted ceilings of a massive stone cathedral. It begins as a simple, trembling breath from a boy sitting in a hole in the ground. He is shivering, his lips cracked and pale, but he begins to hum. It is a slow, gentle melody, incredibly soft, drifting out into the freezing air like a wisp of smoke. The boy next to him hears it. He slowly turns his head, listening to the familiar, comforting rise and fall of the notes. After a moment, he joins in, his own voice nothing more than a raspy whisper. Silent night, holy night. The words travel down the snowy Treeline. They flutter from foxhole to foxhole, carried on the gentle winter wind. More voices join the chorus. They are not singing loudly, they are whispering the carol, keeping their voices hushed and intimate in the dark. It is a fragile, heartbreakingly beautiful sound. It is a choir of starving, freezing boys, their voices blending together in the gloom, singing a lullaby of peace in the very center of a war. Across the silent expanse of the snow-covered fields, hiding in the dark woods on the other side of the invisible line, the enemy sits in their own freezing trenches. They are boys too, wrapped in gray coats, far away from their own mothers and their own warm hearths. And as the gentle melody drifts across the snow, something miraculous happens. The boys in gray know the tune. They know the words in their own tongue. And softly, quietly, they begin to sing back. Still nacht, heilig nacht. For a few, fleeting moments in the deep winter dark, there is no line. There is no enemy. There is only a shared, profound humanity. Two armies of exhausted, shivering children, sitting in the freezing dirt, singing the exact same prayer into the cold, starry sky. It is a fragile, transient peace, but it is real, and it wraps the ancient forest in a breathtaking, sacred grace. A communion of snow. While the whispered carols drift through the trees, a different kind of quiet miracle is taking place in the dark, stone cellars of the shattered town. The dim, amber light of the kerosene lanterns casts long, dancing shadows over the rows of the wounded. Moving gently among them is a chaplain. He does not wear elaborate, silken vestments. He wears a filthy, oversized army coat, his shoulders dusted with snow from his walk through the ruined streets. He carries no golden chalice. He has only a small, dented tin cup and a handful of dry, crumbling ration crackers. He walks from stretcher to stretcher, kneeling on the damp stone floor. He speaks in a voice so low and soothing that it sounds like the murmur of a gentle stream. He offers the boys a tiny piece of the cracker, placing it carefully on their dry tongues. He dips his fingers into the tin cup, which is filled with nothing but melted winter snow, and gently touches their foreheads. It is the most simple, stripped-down communion imaginable. But to the boys lying in the dark, surrounded by the smell of iodine and damp wool, it is an act of profound, anchoring faith. It reminds them that even here, in the darkest, coldest cellar at the edge of the world, they have not been abandoned. The divine is not found in the grand architecture of peacetime, it is found right here, in the soft hand of a tired man offering a piece of dry bread and a whispered blessing in the gloom. The light in the dark. Back out in the woods, the midnight sky is suddenly pierced by a brilliant, artificial light. Miles away, a solitary flare is fired high into the air. It arcs gracefully over the horizon, bursting into a slow-falling, blindingly bright star of phosphorus. It paints the clouds in eerie shades of pale green and stark white, casting long, shifting shadows across the snow-draped pines. On any other night, this sudden light would be a source of terror, a signal of an impending storm. But tonight, the boys in the foxhole simply look up and watch it fall. In their exhausted, yearning minds, it is not a weapon of war. It is their very own, strange star of Bethlehem, hanging suspended over the Ardennes, bathing the snow in a quiet, ethereal glow. They do not have gifts to give one another. They have no wrapped boxes, no warm sweaters, no tokens of affection. But in the freezing, absolute dark, they offer the only thing they have left, themselves. Watch as a young soldier, his teeth chattering uncontrollably from the creeping frost, feels a heavy weight settle over his shoulders. His friend has taken his own single, precious woolen blanket and draped it over him, wrapping his arms tightly around the shivering boy to share the last, fading embers of his body heat. "Merry Christmas," the friend whispers, his breath pluming in the cold air. It is the greatest gift a human being can bestow. It is the gift of profound, selfless presence. It is the silent promise that says, "I will take the cold so that you might be warm. I will hold you in the dark so that you do not have to be afraid." The flare slowly burns out, sizzling softly as it touches the deep snow, and the vast, heavy curtain of the night falls over the forest once more. The carols have faded into the whispering wind. The memories of home have been tucked safely back into their breast pockets, resting right over their steadily beating hearts. The boys lean their heads together, finding comfort in the simple, beautiful rhythm of their shared breathing. The winter is still deep, and the road ahead is still shrouded in mist and shadow. But tonight, they are not soldiers holding a line. They are just boys, wrapped in the quiet, enduring grace of a silent, holy night, resting peacefully in the dark, entirely held by the love of the brother sitting right beside them. Morning always comes, even when the night feels like it might last forever. The pale awakening. Listen to the slow, heavy exhale of the forest as the deepest shadows begin to lift. The magic of the silent, holy night is slowly dissolving, melting away into the crisp, unforgiving reality of the dawn. The sky above the Ardennes does not wake with the joyful, golden light of a holiday morning. It wakes in bruised shades of charcoal and pale, milky gray. The thick, heavy clouds have returned, drawing a flat, woolen blanket back over the brilliant blue of the day before, sealing the deep woods once again in a world of muted twilight. In the narrow, frozen trenches that line the edge of the trees, the boys slowly begin to stir. Waking up in the freezing dirt is a slow, agonizing process. Their bodies are incredibly stiff, their muscles locked tightly against the creeping cold. They uncurl their knees from their chests, wincing softly as the blood painfully begins to flow back into their numb fingers and toes. They blink their heavy, frost-rimmed eyes, shaking off the delicate, beautiful dreams of home they had carefully woven in the dark. For just a fleeting moment, as their minds hover in that gentle space between sleep and waking, they might forget where they are. They might listen for the familiar sound of a sibling's footsteps on the wooden stairs, or the comforting clink of a coffee spoon in a warm kitchen. But then, the sharp, biting wind brushes against their cheeks, carrying the metallic scent of the deep woods, and the heavy truth settles back onto their shoulders. It is Christmas morning. There are no brightly wrapped boxes resting softly beneath a decorated tree. There are no warm hearths, no thick woolen slippers, no sweet, heavy scent of cinnamon and roasting apples. There is only the biting frost, the towering, indifferent pines, and the vast, wide ocean of snow stretching out into the unknown. Yet, despite the profound, aching emptiness of the woods, a quiet, gentle spirit moves down the Treeline. Watch the young soldier as he turns to the boy sitting next to him. His face is pale, his lips chapped and cracked, but he manages a small, weary smile. He reaches out a trembling, gloved hand and rests it gently on his friend's shoulder. "Merry Christmas," he whispers, his breath rising in a thick white plume. "Merry Christmas," his friend whispers back. It is a fragile greeting, spoken softly into the freezing air, but it holds the weight of a profound and beautiful blessing. In this shattered, isolated world, the simple fact that they are both awake, that they are both still breathing, is the greatest gift they could ever hope to receive. They do not need ribbons or paper. They have the quiet, steady warmth of a brother sitting beside them, a living, breathing tether to humanity in the very center of the storm. The gathering tide. But the world beyond the Treeline does not care about the holiday. The enemy, hiding out there in the swirling mist and the deep snow, is also freezing. They are also desperate, hungry, and longing for the warmth of their own homes. And as the gray morning slowly stretches into a bleak, heavy afternoon, the fragile peace of the holy night begins to fracture. It starts as a low, trembling vibration deep in the frozen earth. It is a feeling before it is a sound, a heavy, creeping pressure that travels through the twisted pine roots and straight into the soles of their canvas boots. The boys in the foxholes do not panic. They have lived on the edge of the unknown for too long to be surprised by the breaking of the quiet. They slowly, deliberately turn their faces toward the open snow. They pull their thin collars high against the wind, brush the fresh dusting of frost from the steel brims of their helmets, and rest the heavy, wooden stocks of their rifles against their shoulders. The distant thunder begins to roll again. It is not the overwhelming, deafening roar of the earlier days, but a steady, pressing storm. The ring around them, the vast circle of iron and shadow, is shrinking. The enemy is pushing against the perimeter, a heavy, gray tide trying to find a crack in the ancient, frozen breakwater. As the shadows begin to shift in the mist, the true nature of their defense becomes clear. These young men are not fighting for grand, sweeping concepts of victory. They are not thinking about the colorful pins on a general's map, or the heavy metal medals resting in velvet boxes back in Washington. They are not fighting for a piece of frozen ground or a cluster of shattered, snow-draped trees. They are fighting for something infinitely more precious and infinitely more simple. Look at the young boy from the city, his eyes narrowed against the biting wind. His hands are shaking, not just from the cold, but from the sheer, overwhelming weight of the moment. He is terrified. He is just a boy who misses his mother, who longs for the safety of his warm apartment and the familiar rumble of the elevated train. But as the dark shapes begin to move in the distant mist, he does not turn away. He does not run into the safety of the deep woods. He stays because of the boy sitting 3 feet to his left. He stays because of the boy crouching in the trench to his right. He knows, with a quiet, absolute certainty, that if he leaves his post, the freezing tide will rush in, and his brothers will be swept away. His courage is not born of anger or hatred. It is born of a deep, stubborn, and profound love. It is the everyday heroism of a boy who is terrified of the dark, but who refuses to let his friends face the shadows alone. He levels his breathing. He slows his racing heart. He becomes a quiet, deliberate guardian of the snow, offering his own fragile body as a shield to protect the men he loves. The gentle anchor. In the midst of the heavy, rolling thunder, the mind seeks out a quiet place to hide. The noise of the front is a terrifying, physical weight, a chaotic symphony of cracking branches and trembling earth. To keep from being crushed by it, the boys learn to retreat deep within themselves, holding tight to the anchors they have carried across the ocean. Imagine a young father, shivering in the freezing dirt as the perimeter is tested. He cannot close his eyes, he cannot stop his watch, but in the very center of his mind, he is miles and miles away. He is standing in the doorway of a small, warm living room in Pennsylvania. The morning sun is streaming through the frosted window panes, catching the dust motes dancing in the air. He sees his young wife, wearing her thick woolen sweater, kneeling on the braided rug. And he sees his little girl, her face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy as she tears the wrapping paper from a small wooden toy. He holds that image in his mind with desperate, fierce concentration. He watches the way his daughter's hair falls across her face. He imagines the exact, musical sound of her laughter. He lets the warmth of that imaginary room wash over his freezing chest. He finds a profound, heartbreaking peace in the contrast between his world and hers. He is sitting in the freezing, violent dark so that she can sit in the warm, safe light. He is enduring the hunger, the frost, and the terrifying thunder so that her Christmas morning can remain perfectly, beautifully innocent. His suffering is not meaningless. It is a gift. It is a quiet, invisible present he is wrapping and sending across the ocean, a sacrifice of love that keeps the monsters far away from her door. This thought is his armor. It is thicker than the steel of his helmet and warmer than the heavy canvas of his coat. It keeps his hands steady, it keeps his eyes clear, and it gives him the quiet, unbreakable strength to hold his tiny piece of the broken world. The touch of grace. Even when the heavy storm is pushing against the edge of the woods, the small, quiet moments of humanity refuse to be extinguished. They shine like tiny, brilliant sparks in the gloom, proving that the winter has not entirely frozen their hearts. Move gently down the line of foxholes. See the young medic, his face pale and drawn, crawling slowly on his hands and knees through the deep, powdery snow. He is entirely exposed to the biting wind and the shifting shadows, but he moves with a slow, deliberate grace. He is not carrying a weapon. He is carrying a small, canvas bag of bandages and a canteen of half-frozen water. He slides quietly into a trench where a boy is huddled against the earthen wall, overwhelmed by the deafening noise and the crushing pressure of the long afternoon. The boy is trembling violently, his hands pressed tightly over his ears, lost in the terrifying, dark waters of his own fear. The medic does not shout at him. He does not demand that he stand up or be brave. He simply kneels beside the trembling boy and reaches out, wrapping his arms tightly around his shaking shoulders. He pulls the boy close, pressing their frozen jackets together, offering the heavy, grounding weight of another human being. "I've got you," the medic whispers, his voice low and soothing, a gentle anchor in the chaotic storm. "I'm right here. You are not alone." He holds the boy until the violent trembling begins to subside. He offers him a slow, careful sip of the freezing water, wiping the dark soot from his pale cheek with a surprisingly soft, gentle thumb. It is an act of breathtaking compassion. In a place where the world seems entirely bent on breaking them, the medic offers a quiet, defiant mending. He heals not just with bandages, but with the profound, undeniable medicine of human touch and whispered comfort. The fading of the light. The day in the deep winter is incredibly short. The pale, milky sun barely crests the tops of the towering pines before it begins its long, slow descent back toward the horizon. For the boys holding the line, every passing hour is a victory. Every minute they endure the heavy pressure of the enemy is a triumph of the human spirit. As the late afternoon slowly bleeds into the bruised, violet twilight, the heavy storm pushing against the Treeline begins to exhaust itself. The dark shapes in the mist slowly recede, falling back into the vast, snowy ocean. The thunder fades, replaced once again by the deep, whispering silence of the ancient woods. The boys do not cheer. They do not celebrate. They are simply too tired. They lean heavily against the frozen walls of their trenches, their chests heaving with slow, exhausted breaths. They lower their heavy rifles, their numb fingers slipping gratefully from the cold wood and steel. The air is thick with the smell of scorched pine and fresh, falling snow. The wind picks up again, sweeping through the upper branches, singing a slow, mournful lullaby to the fading day. The boy from the city slowly turns his head, his neck stiff and aching from the cold. He looks to his left. He sees his friend, leaning against a snow-draped root, pulling a thin woolen scarf higher over his frozen chin. He looks to his right. He sees the other boy, carefully brushing the snow from the brim of his helmet. They are all still there. They are bruised, they are freezing, they are starving, and they are so incredibly tired. But they are breathing. A quiet, profound wave of relief washes over the boy's weary soul. The perimeter has shrunk, the ring is tighter, and the night ahead will be longer and colder than the last. But they have survived Christmas Day. They have held the door against the dark. They do not speak. They simply share a long, silent look, passing a gentle, unspoken gratitude back and forth in the fading light. They have given each other the only gift that truly matters in this broken, beautiful forest. They have given each other the gift of another sunset. The deep night slowly settles over the Ardennes, wrapping the shivering boys in its heavy, velvet blanket. The snow begins to fall once more, gentle and white, covering the scars of the day, smoothing the jagged edges of the world. The boys huddle together in their narrow, earthen beds, sharing their damp blankets and their fading body heat. They close their eyes, resting peacefully in the quiet, absolute certainty that as long as they are together, as long as they hold tight to the memories of home and the love of their brothers, they can endure whatever the long, dark winter brings. There is a point where the cold stops being a feeling and simply becomes a quiet, heavy shadow living inside the bones. Listen to the shifting wind as it sweeps across the vast, frozen plains of the Ardennes. The beautiful, colorful parachutes that brought such profound joy to the woods just a few days ago have now been entirely covered by fresh, drifting snow. The holiday has passed, taking its fragile, momentary warmth with it, leaving behind a winter that seems to grow deeper and more unforgiving with every single sunset. The sky is once again a heavy, bruised dome of gray, pressing down on the ancient pine trees, sealing the boys inside a silent world of ice. Out here on the edge of the Treeline, a new kind of silence has fallen over the foxholes. It is not the breathless, terrified silence of waiting for the artillery to fall. It is a slow, heavy, sinking silence. It is the quiet of the human body finally reaching the very edge of what it can endure. For weeks, these young men have fought the freezing earth. They have stomped their feet, rubbed their hands, and shivered so violently that their muscles ached in the dark. But the winter is patient, and the frost is relentless. It creeps past the damp wool, it slips through the worn seams of the canvas jackets, and it settles deep into the extremities. It comes as a slow, creeping numbness, a gentle, deceptive sleep that steals the feeling from their toes and their fingertips. Feel the heavy reality of the leather combat boots they wear. They were never meant for a deep winter siege. They were soaked through in the rainy autumn fields of France, and now they have frozen completely solid. They are like heavy blocks of ice encasing the boys' tired feet. Inside those boots, the damp woolen socks have fused to the skin. The circulation slows to a quiet, struggling trickle. This is the silent, invisible enemy that claims what the shrapnel and the bullets missed. Look down into a narrow, earthen trench, where the snow has drifted high against the frozen walls. Two young friends sit facing each other, their knees touching in the cramped space. One of the boys has grown dangerously quiet. He is staring down at his frozen boots with wide, unblinking eyes. He whispers, his voice barely a breath, that he can no longer feel his feet. He says it feels as though he is floating, as though his legs end just below his knees. There is no sudden panic. There is no loud crying out. The boy is simply too exhausted for fear. He just looks at his friend with a profound, heartbreaking vulnerability. His friend does not hesitate. He sets his rifle down in the snow. He moves closer, his own hand stiff and clumsy from the biting wind. He reaches for the laces of his friend's boot. The leather is hard as iron, and the wet cotton laces have frozen into stiff, unyielding wire. It is a delicate, agonizing process. He has to use the blunt edge of his trench knife to gently pry the frozen knots apart, working with a slow, desperate patience so he does not cut the fabric or the numbskin beneath it. It takes an eternity in the freezing cold, but finally, he pulls the heavy boot away. He gently rolls down the stiff, damp woolen sock. The skin beneath is pale, waxy, and entirely devoid of warmth. It is the haunting, quiet reality of trench foot and severe frostbite. The boy who removed the boot does not recoil. He does not show a single ounce of fear or pity on his face. He simply takes his friend's freezing, bare foot in both of his own hands. He unbuttons his heavy canvas jacket, peeling back the layers of his own clothing, and presses his friend's frozen foot directly against the bare skin of his own warm stomach. It is a breathtaking act of love. He takes the freezing, damaging cold directly into his own core, willing his own heartbeat to push the warmth back into his brother's veins. He wraps his heavy coat around them both, holding the foot gently, rocking slightly back and forth in the quiet trench. Slowly, agonizingly, the warmth begins to return. And with the warmth comes the pain. It is a searing, burning agony as the blood attempts to force its way back into the damaged, frozen capillaries. The boy with the frostbitten feet closes his eyes tight. He bites down hard on the collar of his damp jacket to keep from crying out and drawing the attention of the enemy in the dark. But the pain is a vast, overwhelming ocean. A single, silent tear escapes his tightly shut eyes. It rolls down his soot-stained cheek and freezes almost instantly in the bitter air, a tiny, glittering diamond of ice resting against his skin. His friend feels the boy trembling with the silent agony. He leans in closer, resting his chin on the boy's snow-dusted helmet. "I know," he whispers, his voice thick with an unshed sorrow. "I know it hurts. Just hold on. You're doing so good. Just hold on to me." This is the quiet dignity of the Ardennes. It is young men enduring unimaginable, silent pain, entirely supported by the gentle, unwavering arms of the boy sitting next to them. Further down the snowy Treeline, the creeping ice has claimed another quiet casualty. A young soldier leans against the thick trunk of a spruce tree, the heavy branches shielding him from the falling snow. He has pulled a crumpled piece of paper and a small, stubby pencil from his pocket. It has been days since the colorful parachutes brought the mail, and he is desperate to write a letter to his young wife. He wants to tell her that he is still breathing, that the sky opened up for them, and that he loves her more than the stars. But as he tries to grip the pencil, the tiny piece of wood simply slips from his grasp, tumbling softly into the snow. He looks down at his hands. They are swollen, stiff, and completely unresponsive. The tips of his fingers have turned a dark, bruised shade of purple. The heavy, unyielding frost has locked his joints in place. He tries to bend them, focusing all of his remaining energy on making a simple fist, but his hands refuse to obey. The cold has stolen his ability to hold the fragile connection to his home. He rests his head back against the rough bark of the tree, a quiet, heavy defeat settling over his weary shoulders. But he is not alone. The boy in the foxhole next to him has been watching. He sees the fallen pencil in the snow. He sees the heartbreaking sorrow resting in his friend's eyes. Without a word, the second boy crawls out of his hole and slides across the frozen earth. He picks up the small stub of the pencil and smooths out the crumpled piece of paper against the flat top of his steel helmet. He looks up at his friend, his eyes soft and waiting in the gray twilight. "What do you want to tell her?" he whispers. The first boy swallows hard, fighting the heavy lump in his throat. He looks at his swollen, useless hands, and then looks at the waiting pencil. He begins to dictate the letter. He speaks in a soft, halting murmur, his breath rising in white clouds. He does not speak of the pain in his fingers, or the terrifying silence of the long nights. He asks his friend to write about the future. He talks about the small garden they plan to plant in the spring, and how he wants to paint the front door a bright, cheerful shade of blue. And then, he offers a gentle, necessary lie. "Tell her," he whispers, his voice trembling just a little, "tell her that I am warm. Tell her my hands are perfectly fine, and that I am wearing the thick, warm gloves she knitted for me." The friend writes every word with slow, deliberate care. He does not point out the truth. He understands that in this freezing, broken world, preserving the peace of mind of a loved one across the ocean is a sacred duty. When the letter is finished, he folds it gently and tucks it into his own dry pocket, promising to give it to the medics when the time comes. He reaches out and gently pats his friend's frozen shoulder, a silent vow that the words will find their way home. As the days blur together, the physical toll of the ice becomes impossible to ignore. The line of boys who can no longer stand on their frozen feet begins to grow. They are the boys who survived the terrifying thunder of the artillery, who outlasted the hunger and the shadows, only to be quietly defeated by the relentless, creeping frost. They must be moved to the rear. They must be taken down into the dark, stone cellars of Bastogne, where the gentle angels with their warm water and soft hands are waiting. But the snow is deep, and there are no stretchers left. Watch the quiet, breathtaking heroism of the long walk back. A boy, his feet entirely blackened and swollen from the trench foot, attempts to stand. His legs buckle beneath him, the pain too vast and absolute to bear. He collapses back into the snow, a quiet sigh of resignation escaping his lips. The soldier beside him is just as exhausted. His stomach is hollow, his own fingers are numb, and he has not slept a full hour in over a week. But he looks at his fallen brother, and he simply refuses to leave him in the snow. He kneels down in the freezing powder, turning his back to his friend. "Climb on," he whispers. It is an impossible task. But fueled by a fierce, unyielding love, he reaches back, grabbing his friend's legs, and slowly, agonizingly, pulls the weight of the wounded boy onto his own aching back. He stands up. His knees tremble under the heavy burden. The wind howls against his thin jacket, trying to push him back into the dirt. But he leans forward, finding a strange, miraculous strength in the deep reserve of his spirit, and takes the first, heavy step through the knee-deep snow. They move like a single, slow-breathing shadow through the misty, gray forest. The boy on his back buries his face in his friend's collar, hiding his silent tears of pain and gratitude. "I've got you," the carrier whispers, his breathing heavy and ragged, his boots crunching rhythmically in the frost. "Just rest your head. Close your eyes. I will carry you the rest of the way." It is a long, agonizing journey through the white void. Every step is a battle against the deep powder and the freezing wind. But he does not stop. He does not set his brother down. He carries him through the ancient pines, over the shattered, frozen roots, all the way to the edge of the cobblestone streets, delivering him safely into the waiting, warm glow of the underground cellars. Down in the dim, amber light of the aid station, the true, terrible cost of the winter is revealed. The nurses kneel on the damp stone floors, tears welling in their own exhausted eyes as they gently unwrap the frozen, blackened feet of the boys who are brought to them. They have no medicine to reverse the damage. They have only bowls of lukewarm water and dry, soft rags. They wash the damaged skin with infinite, heartbreaking care. They whisper soft apologies for the pain they cannot take away. But the boys do not complain. Lying there on the straw and the canvas, wrapped in the dim, golden light of the kerosene lanterns, they endure the agonizing thaw with a haunting, quiet dignity. They look up at the exhausted women, their faces pale and drawn, and they offer small, weary smiles. They whisper their thanks, their voices raspy and weak, grateful not just for the warm water, but for the gentle, human touch that reminds them they are still alive. Back out on the line, the twilight begins to deepen into the profound blackness of the night. The foxholes are a little emptier now. The boys who remain look at the empty spaces where their friends used to sit. They feel the absence deeply, a cold draft blowing through the very center of their brotherhood. But they do not break. They simply draw closer together. They slide across the freezing dirt, filling the gaps, resting their shoulders against new friends, sharing their thin blankets and their fading body heat. They know that the ice is a terrible, silent enemy, but they also know that it cannot freeze the fierce, profound devotion they hold for one another. The stars blink into existence high above the heavy canopy, sharp and brilliant like tiny chips of ice scattered across the dark sky. The snow begins to fall once more, a gentle, silencing curtain that covers the dark earth. The boys lean their heavy heads back against the frozen roots. They listen to the quiet, rhythmic breathing of the line, letting the profound, unwavering love of their brothers anchor them to the earth, as they close their tired eyes and prepare to endure the long, freezing night all over again. Hope is a fragile seed that only needs the smallest vibration to finally break through the frost. Listen to the deep, settling quiet of the snow-draped woods. For weeks, the ancient pines of the Ardennes have been a vast, frozen cage. The young men of the Airborne have endured the howling winds, the blinding whiteouts, and the heavy, terrifying isolation of being entirely surrounded by the dark. They have drawn their circles tight, sharing their damp woolen blankets, their fading body heat, and their whispered memories of home. They have survived on melted snow and the stubborn, quiet love they hold for the brothers shivering right beside them. By now, a profound and heavy exhaustion has settled into their very bones. It is a weariness that goes far beyond the need for sleep. It is the hollow, aching emptiness of boys who have given absolutely everything they have to the frozen earth, and who have nothing left but the gentle, rhythmic beating of their own hearts. They sit in their narrow foxholes like quiet statues of canvas and ice, their eyes heavy, their breaths rising in slow, ragged plumes of white mist. The world around them is completely still, locked in the deep, breathless grip of the winter. But the earth has a way of carrying secrets long before the wind ever whispers them. Look down into a shallow earthen trench near the southern edge of the Treeline. A young soldier is lying on his side, his knees pulled tightly to his chest to preserve whatever tiny spark of warmth he has left. He is a boy from the coast, someone who grew up listening to the deep, rhythmic crashing of the ocean waves against the shore. Out here in the woods, the silence has always felt unnatural to him, a heavy, suffocating blanket that presses against his ears. To find some small comfort, he has rested his cheek directly against the frozen clay wall of the foxhole. He closes his eyes, trying to imagine the sound of the surf, trying to project his mind across the dark ocean to the warm, sandy beaches of his childhood. As he lies there, breathing softly into the dark, he feels something strange. It does not come from the air. It does not carry the sharp, whistling warning of falling artillery, or the sudden, terrifying snap of a breaking pine branch. It comes entirely from the earth itself. It is a feeling before it is a sound. A faint, rhythmic trembling that travels through the deep, frozen roots of the ancient trees, through the solid iron of the winter clay, and directly into the bones of his jaw. He opens his tired eyes. He does not move his head. He simply lies there, holding his breath, listening with his entire body. The tremble comes again. It is incredibly faint, a microscopic shivering in the dirt. But it is steady. It is a deep, low-frequency thrum that carries a mechanical, deliberate rhythm. It is not the chaotic, scattered thud of shells tearing into the snow. It is the slow, heavy, marching heartbeat of massive engines, grinding their way through the deep drifts miles and miles away. He slowly lifts his head from the dirt. He reaches up with stiff, numb fingers and gently shakes the shoulder of the boy sleeping lightly beside him. His friend wakes with a sudden, involuntary shiver, his eyes wide and searching the gloom. The first boy raises a single finger to his cracked lips, asking for absolute silence. He points down at the floor of the trench. "Listen," he whispers. The word is barely a breath, a delicate puff of white mist in the freezing air. "Just listen to the ground." The second boy slowly pulls off his canvas-covered steel helmet. He kneels down in the snow, pressing his bare ear against the frozen floorboards of their makeshift shelter. He closes his eyes, tuning out the soft rustle of the wind in the upper branches, focusing entirely on the deep, hidden currents of the earth. For a long moment, there is nothing. And then, he feels it too. The faint, continuous vibration. The low, guttural hum vibrating through the frost. He sits back up, his eyes meeting his friend's in the pale, gray light. Out here in the isolated woods, hope is a very dangerous thing. When you have been entirely cut off from the world, when you have watched the days turn into weeks with no sign of relief, you learn to guard your heart. Hope can be a cruel illusion, a fragile piece of glass that shatters every time the enemy pushes against the line. To hope for rescue is to risk a disappointment so vast and crushing that it might simply stop a weary heart from beating. Because of this, they do not smile. They do not cheer or shout into the trees. They simply sit there in the beautiful, terrible silence, processing the heavy implication of the rhythm in the earth. It is coming from the south. It is coming from the one direction where the dark circle surrounding them is supposed to be broken. Slowly, with the utmost caution, the whisper begins to travel. It moves down the snowy Treeline like a gentle, warming breeze. It passes from foxhole to foxhole, handed carefully from shivering boy to shivering boy. "Put your ear to the dirt," they whisper in the dark. "Listen to the south." All along the perimeter, young men drop to their knees. They press their hands and their faces to the frozen ground, closing their eyes, tapping into the deep, mechanical pulse of the approaching world. As the hours drift by, suspended in the pale winter twilight, the vibration slowly begins to change. It climbs out of the earth and enters the air. It becomes a low, steady drone, a harmonic hum that resonates through the heavy trunks of the pines. It is the sound of heavy armor, of great steel tracks crushing the frozen mud, pushing relentlessly through the blizzards and the dark. It is the sound of their brothers coming to bring them home. As this realization slowly settles over the foxholes, a quiet, profound thaw begins to take place. The physical temperature of the air does not rise. The biting wind still sweeps through the branches, and the snow continues its slow, silent drift. But the invisible, suffocating weight of their isolation begins to evaporate. The heavy, dark cage of the forest suddenly feels like it has a door, and someone is finally turning the key. Watch the young soldier sitting beneath the drooping, snow-laden boughs of a massive spruce. He reaches deep into the inner pocket of his canvas jacket. His fingers, pale and stiff with the cold, search for a tiny, wrapped package he has been carrying for weeks. It is a single, half-smoked cigarette. It is bruised, bent, and incredibly fragile. He had saved it with a quiet, desperate stubbornness, promising himself that he would only light it when the absolute end arrived, or when the rescue finally broke through. He looks at the three boys sharing his trench. Their faces are drawn, shadowed by exhaustion and soot. He pulls the crumpled cigarette from his pocket. He does not keep it for himself. He places it carefully between his lips, striking a single, precious wooden match, shielding the tiny, golden flame with his cupped hands. The sweet, sharp smell of the tobacco fills the small, earthen space. He takes a slow, shallow draw, and then passes it to the boy on his right. The tiny, glowing red cherry moves through the dark, passed gently from hand to hand. It is a quiet, beautiful communion. They do not speak. They simply share the smoke, letting the warmth settle into their chests, a silent, deeply human celebration of the faint rumble echoing in the distance. In the foxhole next door, another boy is using the pale, milky light of the moon to look at his treasures. He holds the faded, worn photograph of his sweetheart, the edges soft from being touched 1,000 times in the dark. For the past week, he has looked at this picture with a profound, aching sorrow, terrified that she would only ever be a memory, a beautiful ghost haunting his final days in the snow. But tonight, the low hum in the south changes everything. The rumble is a bridge. It is a road stretching out across the frozen ocean, leading directly back to her. He does not read her letters as a farewell anymore. He reads them as a map. He traces the lines of her face in the photograph, and for the first time in an eternity, he allows himself to truly, deeply believe that he will see her again. He imagines the heavy, grinding train pulling into the station. He imagines the smell of her perfume, the exact, vibrant color of her coat, the feeling of her arms wrapping tightly around his neck. The hope, so long suppressed, begins to bloom in his chest, a warm, golden light pushing back against the creeping frost. The rumble does not just reach the boys in the woods. It travels deep beneath the earth, finding its way into the dark, stone cellars of the shattered town. Down in the dim, amber glow of the medical aid station, the air is heavy with the scent of damp wool and the quiet, rhythmic breathing of the wounded. A young nurse is kneeling beside a canvas stretcher, gently wiping the fevered brow of a sleeping boy with a cool, damp rag. The cellar is completely insulated from the sounds of the wind and the falling snow, but it cannot hide from the deep vibrations of the earth. As the nurse reaches for her small, chipped enamel basin, she pauses. She looks down. The surface of the warm water is trembling. Tiny, perfect, concentric rings are rippling continuously across the water, vibrating to the rhythm of the heavy engines miles away. She looks up at the vaulted stone ceiling. A tiny, imperceptible flake of dust falls slowly through the golden light of the kerosene lantern, shaken loose by the deep, resonant thrum. She knows exactly what it is. The townspeople have prayed for this sound for weeks. It is the heavy, unstoppable march of the armor. She turns back to the young boy resting on the stretcher. He is caught in a fitful, restless sleep, his brow furrowed in pain. She leans down, bringing her face close to his ear, her voice softer than the rustle of a falling leaf. "They are coming," she whispers, her own voice trembling with an overwhelming, silent relief. "Just rest now. The dark is almost over. Your brothers are coming." The boy's breathing slowly begins to deepen. The lines of worry and fear on his pale face gently smooth away, as if the comforting words have woven themselves directly into his dreams. The nurse reaches out and gently holds his hand, listening to the beautiful, steady vibration humming through the ancient cobblestones beneath her knees. Back out on the perimeter, the night stretches on. The rumble in the south grows from a faint whisper to a constant, reassuring presence. It is a low, protective lullaby sung by heavy steel and grinding gears. It tells the boys in the foxholes that they do not have to hold the entire world on their shoulders anymore. Help is on the way. They lean their heavy heads back against the frozen dirt walls. They pull their collars up and wrap their damp scarves tight, but the shivering seems to have lost its sharpest edge. The shadows in the Treeline no longer look like creeping phantoms, they just look like trees. The vast, empty white fields no longer look like an endless ocean of isolation, they look like a road waiting to be traveled. They close their eyes. They listen to the deep, mechanical heartbeat growing steadily louder in the distance. They do not know exactly when the first tank will break through the Treeline, and they do not know what tomorrow will bring. But tonight, they are anchored by the beautiful, profound certainty that they have been found. The long, terrifying winter night is finally beginning to crack, and the weary defenders of Bastogne rest peacefully in the dark, allowing the fragile, gentle warmth of hope to finally thaw their exhausted souls. Even the thickest walls of winter must eventually yield to the gentle, stubborn warmth of the morning. The trembling wood. Listen to the changing rhythm of the Ardennes as the pale, gray dawn slowly begins to break. For days, the only sounds in this frozen, isolated world have been the sharp, lonely howling of the wind through the upper branches, and the terrifying, sudden thunder of the winter storms. The young men huddled in the deep, earthen trenches have lived in a state of constant, breathless anticipation, their ears tuned to the dark, listening for the creeping footsteps of the shadows. But this morning, the air feels remarkably different. The deep, mechanical vibration that had started as a faint whisper in the earth the night before has blossomed into a steady, resonant heartbeat. It is no longer a secret kept hidden in the frozen clay. It is a living, breathing hum that fills the entire valley. The snow-draped branches of the ancient pines seem to tremble ever so slightly in time with the deep, guttural rhythm. The boys in the foxholes do not need to press their bare ears to the dirt anymore. They can feel the magnificent, heavy thrum echoing right inside their own hollow chests. Breathe in the sharp, crystalline air with them. Mingled with the familiar, crisp scent of frozen pine sap and wood smoke, there is a new, beautiful fragrance drifting on the gentle southern breeze. It is the sharp, industrial smell of burning diesel fuel and warm, heavy grease. To a mind at peace, it might seem like a harsh, unnatural scent. But to these starving, freezing boys who have been entirely cut off from the rest of humanity, it is the sweetest perfume imaginable. It is the undeniable scent of rescue. The shape in the mist. Watch the young soldier from the coast, the boy who spent the long, terrifying night listening to the earth as if it were his own familiar ocean. He is standing waist deep in his narrow foxhole, his stiff, numb hands resting lightly on the snowy ridge of the earth. His eyes, heavy with days of sleepless vigilance, are fixed intently on the thick, shifting curtain of white mist that hangs over the southern road. He does not blink. He barely dares to breathe. The heavy, grinding roar of the engines is so close now that it seems to vibrate right through the thin canvas of his jacket, but the mist is stubborn, clinging tightly to the contours of the land. And then, with the slow, dramatic grace of a theater curtain being drawn back, the fog begins to part. A shape emerges from the swirling white void. It is massive, dark, and utterly imposing. It does not move with the creeping, cautious hesitation of an enemy patrol. It rolls forward with a slow, magnificent confidence, its heavy iron tracks crushing the deep, frozen drifts of snow effortlessly beneath its weight. As it breaks through the last veil of the morning mist, the weak, pale sunlight catches the side of the great, steel machine. There, painted proudly against the olive-drab armor, partially obscured by a thick layer of white frost and frozen mud, is a single, perfect, five-pointed white star. It is the symbol of home. It is the mark of their brothers. The boy from the coast lets out a slow, trembling exhale. The thick plume of white breath hangs in the freezing air, carrying with it the last, lingering remnants of his despair. He does not shout. He does not leap out of the trench and wave his arms in a wild, triumphant celebration. The winter has taken far too much of his energy for that. He simply closes his eyes, leans his forehead against the cold, wooden stock of his rifle, and lets a profound, overwhelming wave of relief wash over his weary soul. The quiet meeting. All along the perimeter of the Bois Jacques, the dark, earthen holes begin to empty. The young paratroopers rise slowly from the frozen ground like gentle ghosts of the forest. They move with the stiff, aching slowness of men who have aged decades in a matter of weeks. They step out from behind the snow-draped roots and the shattered trunks, wading into the deep, powdery drifts, drawn magnetically toward the rumbling, heavy armor. The great tank slowly grinds to a halt at the edge of the Treeline, its massive engine dropping into a deep, rhythmic, purring idle. The heavy steel hatch on the top of the turret clanks open, the sound ringing out sharp and clear in the quiet morning. A man climbs up out of the belly of the machine. He is wearing a heavy, insulated tanker's jacket, his face clean and his eyes bright. He looks down at the edge of the woods, and his breath catches in his throat. Imagine the stark, heartbreaking contrast of this encounter. The tanker looks at the boys standing in the snow. He sees their thin, unlined canvas jackets, stiff with layers of ice and dark soot. He sees their hollow, sunken cheeks, their frostbitten lips, and their eyes that carry the vast, haunting depth of the long, dark nights they have endured. They look like fragile, shivering phantoms, standing silently in the winter mist. The tanker does not offer a crisp, formal military salute. He does not shout a booming greeting of victory. He understands, with one look at their haunted, beautiful faces, that this is not a moment for loud celebrations. This is a moment of quiet, sacred reverence. He slowly climbs down the side of the heavy iron beast, his boots dropping softly into the snow. The touch of iron. The paratroopers gather around the idling machine. They do not cheer. The silence among them is profound and deeply moving. Instead of shouting, they reach out their bare, trembling, frost-damaged hands. They press their palms flat against the thick, painted steel of the tank's hull. The metal is cold, but the vibration of the great engine running inside sends a steady, living warmth straight up through their numb fingers and into their arms. They trace the edges of the white star. They pat the heavy, mud-caked treads. They touch the machine just to prove to their own exhausted, fraying minds that it is absolutely real. It is a physical, undeniable anchor tying them back to the world of the living. The tanker steps forward, wrapping his thick, warmly gloved hands around the trembling, bare shoulders of the nearest paratrooper. He pulls the shivering boy into a deep, heavy embrace. The boy rests his face against the rough wool of the tanker's jacket, breathing in the scent of warmth, of safety, of a world where the roads are open and the sky is free. He closes his eyes, and a single, silent tear slips down his soot-stained cheek, freezing as it falls. All around the tank, small, quiet moments of grace begin to unfold in the snow. The crew of the tank begins to pull supplies from the heavy storage bins. But they do not just hand over boxes, they offer tiny, beautiful pieces of humanity. A cup of warmth. Watch a young, fresh-faced crewman unscrew the metal lid of a large, heavy thermos. He pours a steaming, dark liquid into a chipped enamel cup and holds it out to a shivering paratrooper who is leaning heavily against the side of the tank. It is coffee. But it is not the bitter, lukewarm powder mixed with melted snow that the boys have survived on for weeks. It is real, freshly brewed coffee, piping hot and rich with the dark, beautiful aroma of the safe camps miles behind the line. The paratrooper takes the cup with both hands, cradling the warm enamel against his chest. His hands are shaking so violently from the deep, lingering chill that the dark liquid gently sloshes against the rim. He brings it to his cracked lips and takes a slow, careful sip. The heat travels down his throat like a glowing, golden ember. It hits his hollow stomach, radiating outward, chasing the dark, creeping shadows of the frost from his bones. He closes his eyes, letting out a soft, shuddering sigh. In that single, steaming cup of coffee, there is the undeniable promise of a warm bed, of a quiet morning, and of a life that will continue beyond this freezing forest. He passes the cup to his friend, making sure the warmth is shared, perfectly and equally, just as they have shared every hardship of the winter. The letter's journey. As the quiet embraces and the sharing of warmth continue around the idling tank, the boy from the Midwest steps forward. His steps are slow, his canvas boots dragging heavily in the deep powder. He approaches the commander of the tank, a man with kind, tired eyes. The boy slowly unbuttons the top of his frozen jacket and reaches deep into his inner breast pocket. His fingers, purple and stiff from the relentless cold, tremble as they retrieve a small, heavily folded square of paper. It is the letter to his mother. He has carried it through the terrifying thunder of the bombardments. He has held it against his chest during the longest, most hollow nights, using her invisible words to keep his heart from freezing over. He has added tiny, cramped sentences to it whenever his fingers could hold the stub of his pencil, promising her that he was warm, that he was safe, and that he would be home. He holds the worn, delicate paper out to the tank commander. "Could you make sure this gets on a truck?" the boy whispers, his voice rasping and dry. "Could you make sure it goes home?" The commander looks at the fragile piece of paper, and then up at the boy's exhausted, hopeful face. He understands the profound weight of what he is being handed. He is not just taking a letter, he is taking a piece of the boy's soul, a golden thread that has kept him tethered to the earth. The commander nods slowly. He takes off his heavy leather glove and accepts the letter with gentle, reverent care. He opens his own thick, insulated jacket and tucks the folded paper safely into his own breast pocket, patting it securely against his chest. "I promise you," the commander says softly, "it will go out tonight. She will know you are safe." The boy from the Midwest smiles. It is a slow, deeply weary curve of his lips, but it reaches all the way to his eyes. The immense, crushing burden of the siege, the terrifying thought that his family would never know what happened to him in the dark woods, finally lifts from his shoulders. He nods his head in silent thanks, stepping back to let his brothers share in the warmth of the newcomers. The exhale of the forest. As the morning progresses, more heavy tanks and half-tracks begin to roll up the southern road, grinding their way through the broken white lines. The great circle of iron that had squeezed the life out of Bastogne has finally, definitively shattered. The fresh, arriving infantrymen move slowly past the weary paratroopers. They pat the shivering boys on the back, offering soft words of awe and gentle respect. They move forward into the deep woods, taking up the positions along the frozen perimeter, stepping into the dark, earthen foxholes, and turning their faces out toward the mist. For the boys of the Airborne, the realization of what is happening comes as a slow, beautiful wave of peace. They watch the new soldiers standing guard. They see the heavy armor pivoting its great turrets outward, creating a massive, impenetrable wall of steel between the boys and the lingering shadows of the winter. They realize, with a profound and staggering clarity, that they do not have to hold the line anymore. The terrible, crushing responsibility of guarding the edge of the world has been gently lifted from their tired shoulders. They can stop scanning the Treeline. They can stop straining their ears for the snap of a twig in the dark. They can, for the first time in what feels like a lifetime, simply close their eyes and let go. The adrenaline that has kept them upright, the fierce, stubborn tension that has kept their blood pumping through the freezing nights, slowly drains away into the snow. The boys sink down onto the roots of the ancient pines. They lean their heavy heads against the solid trunks. They pull their damp woolen blankets over their shoulders, not to hide from the cold, but simply to rest. The winter is not over. The snow will continue to fall, and the frost will continue to bite at the edges of the Ardennes. But the terrifying, isolated dark is gone. The road is open. The sky is clear, and the world has finally found its way back to them. As the pale winter sun begins to climb higher into the sky, casting a soft, golden light through the snow-draped branches, the forest seems to let out a long, peaceful exhale. The young heroes of the 101st Airborne close their heavy, frost-rimmed eyes. They listen to the deep, comforting hum of the friendly engines idling in the snow, a beautiful, mechanical lullaby that whispers of safety, of hot food, and of warm beds. They drift off to sleep right there in the snow, wrapped in the quiet, enduring grace of their own resilience, held safely in the arms of the brothers who stayed with them in the dark, and entirely at peace in a world that has finally been made whole again. There is a strange, lingering ache in saying goodbye to a place that almost broke you, simply because it held you when you needed it most. Listen to the shifting of the wind in the high canopy. The deep, rumbling machinery of the rescue has pushed far beyond the edge of the woods, chasing the storm away and leaving behind a vast, echoing peace. The sky above the Ardennes is a soft, milky white, scattering a gentle, diffused light over the ancient pines. For the first time in what feels like a lifetime, the air does not carry the sharp, metallic tension of an impending attack. It is just winter air. Crisp, cold, and beautifully empty. The orders have finally come down the line, passed in soft, exhausted murmurs from man to man. It is time to go. They are being pulled off the line. They are leaving the woods. Normally, the prospect of leaving the freezing front would spark a wildfire of loud cheers and joyful celebration. But out here, in the snow-draped stillness of the Bois Jacques, there is only a profound, heavy quiet. The boys of the Airborne move with the slow, deliberate grace of sleepwalkers. They are simply too tired for joy, and their hearts are too full of a strange, complex sorrow to simply pack up and walk away without a second thought. Watch the young soldier standing at the edge of his earthen trench. He does not immediately reach for his canvas pack. He just stands there, his heavy coat wrapped tightly around his thin shoulders, staring down into the hole he dug with a dull knife and freezing, bleeding hands so many nights ago. This narrow, jagged scar in the frozen clay has been his entire universe. It was his bed, his dining room, his parlor, and his sanctuary. It caught his tears when he wept in the dark. It absorbed his terrified, trembling breaths when the world above was tearing itself apart. It held him close when the frost tried to claim him. He kneels down in the powdery snow. He reaches out with a bare, calloused hand and gently touches the frozen root of the pine tree that served as his pillow. He brushes a small drift of fresh snow from the edge of the earth. It is a gesture of immense, quiet tenderness, like a boy smoothing the blankets on his bed one last time before leaving his childhood home. He knows that the spring will eventually come. The snow will melt, the earth will soften, and the gentle rains will slowly wash this hole away, filling it with wild grass and fallen leaves. But in his mind, it will always be here. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a tiny, perfectly smooth pebble he had found buried in the dirt weeks ago. He had rolled it between his numb fingers during the longest, most hollow nights to keep his mind awake. He places the small stone gently on the frozen pine root, leaving a tiny, silent piece of his gratitude behind. A quiet thank you to the earth for not giving him up to the shadows. All along the Treeline, these small, private farewells are taking place. Look at the two friends folding their single, shared woolen blanket. They do not speak. They stand facing each other, the scratchy olive-drab fabric suspended between them. They step toward each other, folding the blanket in half, then in half again, moving in a perfect, synchronized rhythm born of absolute necessity. As they bring the final fold together, their eyes meet. They see the deep, dark circles beneath each other's eyes. They see the pale, frostbitten skin and the heavy weight of the winter etched into their young faces. They know, without ever having to say the words out loud, that they have witnessed the very edges of each other's souls. They have seen each other stripped down to the barest, most fragile threads of humanity, and they have held each other together. The boy on the left reaches out and rests his hand gently on his friend's shoulder, giving it a soft, reassuring squeeze. The blanket is tucked away, but the warmth they created beneath it will stay with them forever. They begin to gather their meager belongings. They check their pockets with slow, numb fingers, ensuring that the precious, fraying letters from home are safely secured against their chests. These fragile pieces of paper have absorbed the scent of the pine needles, the wood smoke, and the damp cold. They have become artifacts of the forest, deeply infused with the quiet resilience of the boys who read them in the dark. A young medic pauses beside a splintered, shattered spruce tree. He traces the jagged, broken wood with his fingertips. The forest bears the terrible scars of the siege just as deeply as the men do. Entire trees have been snapped in half, their branches scattered across the frozen floor. But the snow has been kind. It has fallen steadily, draping a soft, white bandage over the wounds of the woods, softening the harsh edges and masking the destruction in a blanket of breathtaking, quiet beauty. The medic whispers a soft blessing into the cold air, wishing the ancient forest a gentle healing, before turning to join the line of men forming on the path. They step out of the shadows of the trees and onto the narrow, snow-packed road. The physical act of walking is a sudden, shocking burden. For weeks, they have barely moved beyond the perimeter of their foxholes. Their muscles have stiffened, their joints have ached with the deep, settling cold, and their boots feel like they are made of solid lead. They shuffle forward, their boots dragging in the heavy snow, creating a slow, rhythmic, crunching lullaby that echoes softly through the valley. As they walk, they pass the fresh troops who have come to relieve them. The contrast is sharp and deeply moving. The new arrivals stand tall on the sides of the road. Their uniforms are clean, their faces are full and unbruised, and their eyes are wide with a mixture of awe and gentle reverence. They look at the paratroopers passing by as if they are watching a procession of ghosts. The paratroopers do not look like the conquering heroes from the movie screens. They look like old men trapped in the bodies of young boys. Their canvas coats hang loosely on their starving, hollow frames. Their scarves are wrapped tightly around their soot-stained faces, leaving only their eyes visible. And those eyes, they are the eyes of men who have looked into the deepest, darkest abyss of the winter and simply refused to blink. The new soldiers do not cheer. They do not offer crisp salutes. They simply remove their helmets, holding them quietly at their sides as the weary line shuffles past. Some step forward, offering a gentle pat on the back, a murmured word of profound thanks, or a quiet offering of a fresh canteen. The boys of the Airborne nod softly, offering small, incredibly tired smiles in return, their breath rising in slow, white clouds. The road winds its way down out of the hills, leading them away from the Treeline and back toward the shattered, resting town. But before the road curves and the ancient pines are finally lost from view, the boy from the Midwest stops. He turns around, his heavy boots sinking into the soft powder. He looks back at the long, dark edge of the Bois Jacques. The mist is beginning to roll in again, weaving its way gently through the trunks, turning the forest back into a soft painting of gray and white. It looks incredibly peaceful. It looks like a place where nothing terrible could ever happen, just a quiet, sleeping wood resting under a heavy winter sky. He stares at the empty spaces between the trees. He thinks of the terrifying, thunderous nights. He thinks of the hollow, aching hunger. He thinks of the blinding, beautiful moment when the red and yellow parachutes fell from the blue sky like a shower of grace. And he thinks of the boys who are not walking down the road with them. He does not feel a sharp, piercing pain of loss. He feels a deep, gentle, and eternal connection. He knows that a piece of his own heart, a piece of his very own youth, has been permanently left behind in the frozen dirt. The boy who walked into those woods weeks ago is gone, buried somewhere beneath the falling snow. The young man walking out is someone entirely different. He has been forged in the frost, tempered by the quiet love of his brothers, and softened by the profound understanding of what truly matters in this fragile world. He raises his bare hand, the frostbitten skin pink and healing, and offers a slow, silent wave to the trees. It is a farewell to his youth, a farewell to his fear, and a quiet, beautiful promise to never forget the lessons learned in the dark. He turns back around and falls into step with his friend. They walk shoulder to shoulder, their boots finding a synchronized rhythm in the snow. They do not need to talk. They are surrounded by the deep, comfortable silence of men who have said everything that needs to be said without ever opening their mouths. The snow continues its gentle drift from the pale sky, falling softly on their canvas shoulders, dusting their steel helmets in a pristine, white glow. It covers their footprints as they walk, slowly erasing their path, leaving the forest to its long, deep slumber. They are leaving the woods. They are walking back toward the warm lights, the hot food, and the beautiful, mundane promises of a world at peace. But no matter how far they travel, no matter how many years pass or how many warm fires they sit beside in the long decades to come, they will always carry a quiet piece of the Ardennes inside their chests. They will carry the strength of the frozen earth. They will carry the soft, whispered carols sung in the freezing dark. And they will carry the beautiful, unbreakable bond of a brotherhood that proved, once and for all, that even the deepest, darkest winter can never truly extinguish the quiet, stubborn light of the human heart. The road stretches out before them, long and gentle, and the weary boys of the Airborne simply close their eyes, let out a long, peaceful breath, and let the gentle rhythm of the journey finally carry them home. Time is a gentle river that slowly washes away the sharpest edges of the world. Listen to the deep, abiding silence of the ancient woods. Decades have slipped quietly by since that long, terrible winter, drifting past like the falling snow, turning years into distant, fading memories. If you were to walk through the heavy, towering pines of the Ardennes today, you would not hear the mechanical rumble of approaching armor, nor the sharp, terrifying thunder of the front. You would hear only the beautiful, eternal sounds of a forest at peace. You would hear the soft, rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker high in the canopy, the gentle rustle of the wind moving through the dark green needles, and the hushed, delicate whisper of snowflakes settling onto the damp earth. The sleepy town of Bastogne has long since mended its broken stones. The cobblestone streets are cleared, bustling with the quiet, everyday rhythm of ordinary life. The warm, golden light spills from the windows of the bakeries, carrying the sweet, heavy scent of rising dough and roasting coffee into the crisp winter air. The church bells chime, a clear, ringing melody that celebrates the simple passage of the hours. It is a world that has completely, beautifully healed. But if you step away from the warmth of the town and walk back into the shadows of the Bois Jacques, the history is still there, waiting patiently in the quiet dark. The forest remembers. The trees that stand here today are the very same trees that stood watch over the freezing boys all those years ago. They have grown taller, their trunks thicker and more majestic, reaching up toward a sky that is no longer hidden by the heavy smoke of the siege. But if you look closely at the rough, dark bark of the oldest pines, you can still see the scars. There are deep, jagged hollows where the iron struck, now smoothed over by decades of hardened, golden sap. The trees absorbed the fury of the winter, taking the wounds into themselves, wrapping the broken iron in layers of fresh wood, healing around the pain just as the human heart learns to heal around its deepest sorrows. Look down at the forest floor. The earth here is not perfectly flat. It rolls and dips in shallow, moss-covered bowls. To a passing hiker, these gentle depressions might look like natural variations in the landscape, a place where a heavy root was upended in a spring storm. But they are not natural. They are the remnants of the foxholes. They are the exact, sacred spaces where young men once dropped to their knees in the dark, hacking at the frozen clay with dull knives and freezing fingers, desperately carving out a tiny sanctuary from the biting wind. Now, these shallow holes are filled with a soft carpet of rust-colored pine needles and bright, green ferns. The wild deer sleep in them when the autumn winds blow. The earth has reclaimed them, turning the trenches of survival into quiet, natural cradles resting under the open sky. Imagine an old man walking slowly down the narrow, snow-dusted path that winds through these trees. He wears a heavy, warm woolen coat, a thick scarf wrapped securely around his neck, and thick, insulated gloves. He leans gently on a wooden cane, his steps careful and measured. His face is lined with the deep, beautiful topography of a long, full life. He has seen decades of gentle springs and golden summers. He has held his grandchildren in his arms and watched the world change in 1,000 different ways. But as he stops at the edge of the Treeline and looks out over the shallow, mossy bowls, the years simply fall away. For a moment, he is no longer an old man standing in a quiet forest. He is 19 years old again, wearing a thin, unlined canvas jacket, shivering in the terrifying dark. The smell of the damp pine brings it all rushing back, a vivid, breathless tide of memory. He does not remember the grand strategies of the generals. He does not remember the lines on the maps, or the names of the distant politicians who sent them into the snow. The things that have stayed with him, the things that have been permanently etched into his soul, are incredibly small and profoundly beautiful. He looks at a specific dip in the earth, right at the base of a massive spruce tree. He closes his eyes, and he can see the face of his friend perfectly in the gloom. He remembers the exact sound of his friend's teeth chattering in the freezing dawn. He remembers the way they huddled together under a single, damp blanket, sharing the incredibly fragile warmth of their own bodies to keep the creeping frost at bay. He remembers the taste of the snow they melted in a blackened steel helmet, and how they shared it equally, perfectly, making sure the last drop was given to the boy who was shivering the most. He remembers the frayed, mismatched woolen gloves that were quietly pressed into his freezing hands when he had lost his own. He remembers the staggering, absolute wealth of a single square of frozen chocolate, split cleanly down the middle with a heavy trench knife in the dead of the night. These are the memories that the old man carries. They are not memories of anger or bitterness. They are memories of a love so deep and unconditional that it almost defies the understanding of the peaceful world. It was a brotherhood forged in the absolute darkest, coldest place on earth, a bond that proved that the human spirit is infinitely stronger than the winter. He walks a little further down the path, his cane leaving small, circular footprints in the fresh snow. He stops near a clearing where the canopy opens up to reveal the pale, milky gray of the winter sky. He looks up, and he remembers the day the sky finally broke. He remembers the brilliant, impossible blue, and the breathtaking sight of the red, yellow, and green parachutes falling like colorful gifts from the heavens. He remembers the tears streaming down his soot-stained cheeks, the profound, overwhelming relief of knowing that they had not been entirely forgotten by the world. He reaches into the inner pocket of his warm coat. He does not pull out a fading, worn letter from the war. The letter he carried in his canvas jacket all those years ago, the one he read by the pale moonlight, the one that anchored his soul to his mother's kitchen and his sweetheart's smile, eventually made it home. It was kept in a wooden box on a dresser for decades, a fragile, paper testament to a boy's quiet courage. Instead, he simply rests his warm, gloved hand over his heart. He thinks of the life he was allowed to live because he and his brothers held the line in the dark. He thinks of the quiet Sunday mornings, the smell of fresh coffee in his own kitchen, the sound of his children laughing in the backyard, the feeling of a soft bed and a heavy quilt on a chilly autumn night. He knows that every single one of those beautiful, ordinary moments was purchased in this freezing forest. Every warm embrace, every peaceful evening, every gentle sunset he has witnessed over the last 60 years was a gift given to him by the boys who sat beside him in the snow. And he knows, with a quiet, heavy sorrow, that it was a gift denied to those who never walked out of the Treeline. He looks down at the silent, empty foxholes, and he speaks to the empty woods. He does not speak out loud. He speaks in the quiet, reverent language of the heart. He whispers his profound, enduring gratitude to the ghosts of his youth. He thanks them for their courage. He thanks them for their warmth. He thanks them for the simple, everyday heroism of refusing to let go of each other in the dark. The old man turns and begins the slow, gentle walk back toward the edge of the forest, back toward the waiting warmth of the town. The snow continues to fall, large, silent flakes drifting down from the vast, gray sky. The snow falls on his shoulders, and it falls on his fading footprints, slowly covering his tracks, just as it covered the tracks of the great, rumbling tanks all those decades ago. The legacy of the 101st Airborne at Bastogne is not truly about the iron, or the strategy, or the shifting borders of a broken world. It is a story about the profound, unbreakable resilience of the human heart. It is a story that proves that even when the night is at its absolute darkest, even when the cold is so deep it feels as though it might freeze the very center of the soul, there is always a quiet, stubborn light that refuses to be extinguished. That light is found in the soft hand of a weary nurse offering a cup of warm water in a dim stone cellar. It is found in the gentle voice of a medic whispering comfort to a terrified boy in a freezing trench. It is found in the sharing of a damp blanket, the giving of a frayed glove, and the hushed singing of a Christmas carol across the snow. As the deep, bruised violet of the evening begins to settle over the Ardennes today, the forest is perfectly, beautifully still. The wind dies down to a soft, sweeping whisper through the upper branches. The stars begin to blink into existence, sharp and brilliant, casting a pale, silver light over the sleeping earth. The woods are empty now. The boys have all gone home. But the profound, quiet love they left behind still lingers in the air, a gentle, invisible armor wrapped around the ancient pines. If you ever find yourself walking through the dark, facing a winter of your own, remember the boys in the snow. Remember that you possess the exact same, quiet strength within your own chest. Remember that the cold cannot last forever, that the clouds will eventually part, and that there is always, always a dawn waiting on the other side of the longest night. Let the silence of the forest wash over you now. Let the deep, rhythmic breathing of the sleeping woods lull your tired mind to rest. The heavy burdens of the day, the sharp edges of the world, can all be set down in the soft, welcoming snow. Close your eyes. Let the gentle, drifting snowflakes cover your worries. Feel the warm, safe weight of your own blankets, and know that you are secure, you are loved, and you are resting in a world that was kept safe by the quiet, enduring courage of ordinary hearts. Sleep now, in the beautiful, perfect peace of the winter night. Let the whispers of the past fade into the gentle, sweeping rhythm of your own breath. The line is held. The dark is chased away. And the quiet, golden morning will be waiting for you when you finally awake.